Can you send me the message?
Hello?
Next my call from Beijing Dementia Key Lab. To test your connection, please.
Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you, but I still cannot see you. Can you try to switch on your video, please?
I tried to turn it on, but I was told that there was something wrong with the connection. Okay, now it's
Okay, yeah. I can see you and hear you.
okay. Great.
I'm getting.
Within the framework of the Madrid Plan of Action, together with emerging issues. We will have thematic discussions based on the priority directions of the Madrid Plan of Action. These thematic discussions will inform the report of the meeting, which will in turn inform the input to the global review of the Madrid Plan of Action next year. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that these thematic discussions represent a collaborative effort of many United Nations organizations in the Asia-Pacific region, working through the informal regional network of focal points on aging. Each thematic discussion will feature a roundtable discussion to introduce the topic and inform the discussions. Following each panel, the moderator of the round table will then open the floor for question and answer. I encourage all delegations to make ad hoc requests for interventions, which should increase the interactive nature of this meeting. We will limit the interventions to a maximum of 3 minutes. Formal statements are not required. However, if delegations wish to do so, you may submit formal statements to the Secretariat to be uploaded to the conference website. Thank you. We will now take up agenda item 3A, Older Persons and Development. I now have the honor to invite Mr. Rintaro Mori, Regional Advisor for Population, Aging and Sustainable Development, UNFPA Asia and the Pacific Regional Office, to introduce the panelists and moderate the discussion. Mr. Mori, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for passing the floor to us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. In the next 1.5 hours, we'll be hearing experts' views and insights on the important topic of the older persons and development, as well as the discussions and the conversations on the topic. My name is Rintaro Mori, the Regional Advisor on Population, Aging and Sustainable Development at the Asia Pacific Regional Office of UNFPA. I'm the moderator for this session. So we will be discussing main theme of the four kind of the overall questions in our roundtable one. In terms of the adopting, after sort of the 20 years of adopting MIPA, what has been changed in terms of the social security for the older persons? Any good practice, lessons learned? And also, maybe second point is about whether this is different. There is any difference between urban and rural areas? Urbanization, migration has going to be the impact on this progress? Or what about COVID-19? It's how it's going to affect older person's life, particularly the perspective of the income security or social securities. Then maybe we need to think about actions. What do member states, stakeholders, international community have to do? We should really work on that, maybe more together than ever. So I'm going to introduce some of our distinguished panelists. So we have an honor of the 5 really distinguished panelists. Some of them online and some of them in persons, or one person in the online. So I'm going to introduce our panelist in person first. He's Mr. Maliki. He's the Director of Population Planning and Social Security of the Ministry of the National Development Planning at the Beppenas in Indonesia. And also we have Ms. Chen Chen. She's an eminent professor in the Institute of Population and Labor Economics and Chinese Academic and Social Science in China. She's participating online. Ms. Gretchen Donhauer, academic specialist and researcher at the Center of Economics and the Demography of Aging, Department of Demography, University of California at Berkeley, from the United States. Ms. Chai Ngo, she's a founder and a CEO of the HASA from Vietnam. She's representing young persons, care for older persons. I think I didn't miss anything. And I think the Mr. Philip of Kiev, he's a professor in the practice of aging and Asian Research Hack Director, Center of Excellence in Population Aging Research in Australia. So with this distinguished the panelists, the structure-wise, I think the Madam Chair already explained. We're going to have a round of questions among the panelists. I'm going to pose some of the questions to the panelists, so the panelists are going to answer But I think we might have a bit of a sort of natural conversations coming up, maybe, followed by questions and answers. Then I think in the questions and answers, we will welcome the questions or comments from the member states, as well as any partners, online or offline, or in person. Okay? So I think without further ado, shall we start? Maybe I think Mr. Key first. Are you ready? So they're going to pose your questions. So what is the current situation regarding income security in Asia Pacific, and how is that affecting older persons, in particular older women? And what are the different sources of income in older age? Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morey, and good morning to everybody from Sydney. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this important event. As far as sources of income security go in Asia, or developing Asia, across much of East Asia and Southeast Asia, labour remains the largest source of income for those between 60 and 85, their own labour. That's perhaps a bit surprising to people from richer countries, but it's very much the case. The exceptions to that are China, urban China, and Mongolia. In the Pacific, it's a bit more of a mixed bag, and I'll come to that later. So although labour is and continues to be the largest source of income for older people in the region, there are considerable variations across gender, across rural and urban areas, and to some extent across countries. So that's the key point, is labour is really the largest source of income. In terms of what kind of labour, it's overwhelmingly self-employed work. And that rises with age, the share of those who are working in self-employment till at least the age of 75 and sometimes beyond. And the other thing we know from surveys and data is that those who are working at older ages, and it's a substantial share of them, are working long hours till advanced ages. So if you look at the age of 70, for example, many older people in East and Southeast Asia are working between 30 and 50 hours a week. So really, pretty full time, apart from many other caring or other responsibilities they may have. So people are working long and they're working hard, and that's their primary source of income. Second is that public transfer income is fairly modest source of older income in these countries, except for urban China and Mongolia, and some Pacific countries where public employment is very high. It's 15% or less of total income in most of these countries, with those exceptions. Similarly, private transports, and that's a little more surprising, are also a fairly modest source of income. Again, 15% or less for most people, slightly higher in the Philippines, but so both of those are fairly low, private and public transfers. That said, it's important to add that all these transfers, public and private, do have a significant impact on poverty among older people in a number of these countries. So public and private transfers together halve poverty among the elderly in Vietnam, and even more in Philippines and Thailand. But as you might expect, given coverage levels of Social Security, they have very little impact in places like Cambodia and Indonesia. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. It's really the beginning of story. Thank you very much. The Asian older persons working harder and longer, and we heard the public transfer is quite modest in our region, but I guess there's huge variation within a region that has some implications, I guess. Well, thank you very much, Mr. O'Keefe. I might actually go on to the Mr. Maliki. He's participating person. So to you, what do we know about social protection in Indonesia? In particular, family transfers. What we have learned from NTA, National Transfer Account Analysis, 20 years after adopting MIPA, and giving a government experience, how can concerns regarding social protection be integrated into the policy framework? Are there any major achievements in your country?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mori. Good morning, everyone from Bangkok. Currently, Indonesia social protections for older population is actually dominated by the social transfers provided to the family. We have the conditional cash transfers, program Keluarga Harapan, and as well as we also have the food vouchers. This is provided at least to 2.4 families with older people as members. Some individuals have pension, but the coverage is very low, and maybe almost like only 10% of the older persons have the pension coverage. Mostly, they are government employees and armies, and they receive some kind of small amount of stipends. And we also have a very small amount of old age support for poor elderly. So this is our social protection system situations for older persons. Those situations actually reflected on our national transfer accounts, our estimates, that support system of Indonesia is still quite dominated by labor. They're still working for older age, as well as they also have to support by some asset accumulation, this allocation here. So public transfers is quite important for poor older person, as Professor O'Keefe also mentioned. And if we segregated our national transfer account by poor and also non-poor and by the place of residence, we can see that the role of public transfers as social transfers quite significantly support consumption of the poor older person in both rural and urban areas. So more than 50% of their consumption is financed by the government support, including food vouchers and also the cash transfers. On the other hand, the rich older persons in the same regions have negative public transfers. They pay taxes because they're still working, having high asset accumulation, disaccumulations, and having net negative family transfers. So contrary to the above facts, the poor elderly depends heavily on labor as well as the public transfers. Our analysis shows large disparity among support systems between the rich and poor elderly, where public sectors has important strategic role in narrowing the gap. So more detail on the family transfers, it's quite have like interesting facts. Because it is shown that not only until like 70s, our elderly have net positive family transfers, meaning that the elderly still give some amount of cash transfers or in-kind transfers to their younger generations, especially for the rich elderly. Yeah. After having like 20 years of MIPA commitment, and then looking at our current social protections, we actually have quite significant changes, especially on more systematic social assistance. However, we still have a lot of homework and a lot of room for improvement. So we need to have like more specific cash transfer for elderly, especially those who live alone, and also for disability, for people with disability. And we also have to improve our delivery mechanisms. The assistance, we have to ensure that the assistance reach the elderly safely, and also the elderly can benefit it with these programs more optimally. In the future, we already have the pension programs nationwide and also old age support. However, we still have to also expand the pension program for the informal sectors. And we expect to support the future elderly for this pension system. There is also one system that we are trying to develop is a long-term care system. And we try to integrate this long-term care system to our SCSN, the pension programs, and also old age support, so that those who who needs the long-term care system can support by these programs. Because currently it is shown that 80% of the caregiver of those who needs the long-term care are family members. So this is maybe later Gretchen will also relate it to transfers between the generations. Yeah. And currently also, finally, we have the formalization of the presidential decree that strengthen our policy on the elderly. The national strategy mandates the coverage expansion of the social protection for the older people, and mandating also the older people to be more active, not only for the economics, but also the social aspects. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Marikit, for sharing good practices and the lessons learned from the Indonesian efforts for social protection for the older persons. Particularly, I think the based on the evidence produced by NTA, as well as really interesting to hear the how we actually address individualized situations, which is really very important lessons around. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I think I really want to ask the Ms. Tem on the questions on what affects the labor force participation of the older persons in China, in particular older women. Are there any practices from China showing how older persons can remain in the labor force beyond retirement age if they want? What social protection schemes are in place in China? Really want to lessons learned from China. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'm very glad have this opportunity to share the situation and experience in China with all of you. Actually, we just had population census in 2020, and it shows that the labor force participation of elder persons are not quite active. And for example, as an urban women labor force participation, they keep in 70% in their late 40s, then drop to 20% in late 50s. This is quite a dramatic drop. And there's a different labor force participation between rural and urban. And rural people tend to working longer and working to later age. Meanwhile, we found that almost 90%, over 90% of elder people over age 60, in their age 60s are healthy. And so this kind of situation is quite unsatisfactory. And I think this is because this kind of differentials in rural-urban labor participation and early drop of urban women is mainly because institutional arrangement, which actually was designed in 1950s. And so this kind of institutional arrangement, like pension system, like a retirement age, actually cannot meet the requirement of an aging society. And started from, I think it's 2000, about 2015, the government started to try to first have men and women retire at the same age for government officials. Well, now it's a discussion and actually also debate on how to practice retirement age postponement among men and women. And this is for urban situation. Well, for rural situation, it is different because it is not, most of rural elderly, they are not working in informal employment. They're working in farm. So they work until they can work. So this is so different. But if we're looking at the income, major source of income, we'll see the major source of income for urban elderly are from pensions. But the major source of income from rural are from labor, or they don't have income. They need to depend on their family members to providing them major living resource. This situation, I think, put China in some very big challenge. So we are now actually understanding this situation and try to fit the policy change and regulation change and modification, and also including pension system reform into this situation in consider of such a challenge put by an aging society. I think there's a lot of documents talk about it, but and also the government's promotion on training, on lifelong learning of elderly. But also, I think another thing very important is the change of social norm of the society. Think about what is the role of older person in the society. In the history, we have been a young population, and the people over their 70s are respected, and they are believed that they should get a rest. But now the situation changed. So I think although, even though the government changed the institutional arrangement, there is still a long way to go to change the belief and the social norms of the whole society. Well, I think maybe I speak too much. I will stop at here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chen. So we heard that the other people get healthier, but older persons are getting healthier too. The active labor participation in China has been observed. But a bit of a concerning difference between the rural and urban areas, which we'll come back to later, as well as the significant impact on the women's lives, older women's lives. And I think the key maybe is that whether labor force participation decisions is made on voluntary decisions or not. And I think the social change is probably that you observed in China will be happening, or has been happening in probably many parts of our region, I guess, as well. So we can probably discuss that a little bit later as well. And thank you very much. So next, I really want to call upon the Ms. Cui Unengo. She's an entrepreneur, the young person representative. So for your question, given your work as an entrepreneur, was there an experience? What is your experience in working in the intergenerational settings? How do older and the young people work together in the workplace in Vietnam? Over to you.
Okay, so when I started with my journey of building an online platform to serve the older adults, I never thought that it would be that tough. tough here doesn't only mean the working intergenerational is tough, but to put ourselves in the older adults' positions and really get to understand everything from their perspective are extremely tough. You can easily see an older adult saying that they understand the young because they have been through it, but you hardly find a person saying that they understand it all and really get older adults to listen to him. So in order to understand, you must really find common grounds, common interests of generations, and be open to them about those topics, and in order to get closer to them. And you must have the right approach and be very perseverance when working with different generations. It's super hard, but young people sometimes has to find ways to help other generations change the perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors toward themselves or towards each other. And no matter how old I am, at the same time, I have to have two ways of thinking in my head. One is that I'm a younger person, and another is that I'm an older person. So I have to think both way. Even the clothes I wear must be more suitable and for both young and old people, so I can easily understand the elderly people and approach them. So luckily, oh, sorry, that's my part.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thuy. And thank you very much for sharing good practice in Vietnam and positive inclusions. By understanding each other, it's possible. So we should probably go beyond any age boundaries. That's possible in their setting. I really want to sort of come back to more sort of details on your work, and particularly sort of the information technologies and the gap between how we're going to actually sort of narrowing the gap stuff in later actually as well. So thank you very much, Ms. Thuy. So now, I think we have the Miss Gretchen Downauer. So I think the Downauer, she's our friend on the NTA, but particularly I think they want to sort of hear about gender perspective in care economy of the woman in that region. So the Miss Downauer. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I work in NTA. Nice to see some NTA colleagues there. And we've heard from several speakers about the, the long hours that many older persons in the paid labor market. And what a lot of my research focuses on is what is going on in the unpaid work sector, mainly the unpaid care sector. And here is an important axis on which the lives of older persons between men and women differ quite a bit. So we know that, well, first of all, in terms of well-being, women are generally living longer than men, so certainly that's a female advantage in terms of sort of well-being and positive outcomes. However, they spend many of those years caring for an older spouse, and that's certainly a productive, generative activity and a necessary one for society, even though it is unpaid and goes unrecognized in many statistics. And they also play a large role in their families. Many older women are doing childcare for their grandchildren so that their adult children can maximize their time in the labor force, which is an incredibly valuable contribution in many countries where a sort of paid childcare sector is very new or very small compared to the need for childcare for working adults. In terms of the challenges to older women, so doing this care work, especially if it's for an aging disabled spouse, that can have important well-being impacts. We know from a lot of research that extended periods of caregiving are detrimental to well-being for the caregiver. We also know that the sort of very traditional kind of specialization of women in unpaid care work leaves them disadvantaged in terms of access to income. So they will have less labor market participation. They will have less pension, access to pension in places where pensions exist based on your working life. And then sort of a spousal benefit may be too small for them to really live securely on. And we also know in many countries that because of rapid change in urbanization and migration, that many women will spend those sort of final years living alone, which puts them at higher risk for social isolation and poverty. And this is sort of working out of this period of rapid change in the region. So I think two things are important when we think about aging. One is especially for older women to recognize unpaid care work as valuable, and also to recognize it as putting those women at risk for some other negative outcomes, and we can address those through policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Dunn. Particularly, I think from my perspective, in our region, there is a strong, actually, sort of the gender dimensions. We need to consider in the policy formulations. There is a tendency towards the older women providing the caregivers for the children, grandchildren at home, which is not considered as an official economy. So that certainly has an impact on the social protection of the older women as themselves. And there are many actual risks actually with that. And thank you very much for highlighting that. So we're going to go actually off to sort of the maybe second round of questions, because I think in the first round of questions, many issues come out. So I think they want to actually sort of each panelist to elaborate a little bit on the conversation we had, and also maybe actually sort of there's something I think you missed from the from the first round of questions and answers. I mean, among the panelists. So come back to Mr. O'Keefe. So what is the situations of the older persons in the rural areas in Asia and the Pacific? What are their social and economic situations? And what do we know about their living arrangement? Are there common and different challenges for the older persons in the rural and urban areas? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, I think a lot of what I'm going to say echoes what Professor Zhang from CAS was saying about China. First thing is that labour force participation rates of rural populations across much of the region are higher for longer than urban people on average. Although that may not be the case for urban informal sector workers, of course. Essentially, as the professor said, they work until they can't work anymore. The differentials between the ages of 60 and 75 across a number of Eastern, Southeastern Asian countries is about 20 to 30 percentage points. So really substantial differences. This is for some obvious reasons. Pension coverage is one of them, but other reasons as well. But I think two important points to make are, one, that a lot of this work is quite low productivity work in agriculture or other informal activities. So that's productivity is more an issue than participation. The second is that if you compare to the urban people, these people are less educated. So you've got a situation where the less educated are working more, the more educated are working less. And for productivity at the national level, clearly that's a concern. And it's different to some of the other regions. If you take Europe and Central Asia, for example, that pattern is different in relation to education and skill levels and length of work history. So that's on work. On transfers, rural people almost universally across the region have less transfer income, primarily because they're outside formal pension systems. And even where as many countries have, there are social pensions, non-contributory pensions. The adequacy of those pensions is very low across the region. So they're not enough on their own to provide old age financial protection. That's a common challenge they face with the urban informal sector. When it comes to private transfers, the pattern between rural and urban across countries that we've looked at tends to be fairly similar in terms of share of household or elderly person's income that comes from private transfer. On co-residence, it's an interesting picture in the region and a very dynamic one, I think. On average, co-residence rates remained fairly high, 50 to 60% beyond the age of 60 or so in most countries. But we're seeing that changing rapidly in some countries. China is the most notable example, but we see it in Thailand and we see it gradually happening in other countries also. That follows an international pattern where as countries get richer, co-residence rates fall. That's a kind of almost universal rule of development, if you like. So part of it is countries getting richer, part of it is changing social norms and other factors. There are also, as Gretchen mentioned, variations by gender in those patterns, and there are some variations in rural and urban patterns. But I think the gender and locational variations are important, but the big story there is the likelihood of falling co-residence over time, and we know many of the drivers of that. Rural to urban migration, hence the rapid fall in China, smaller families, and just a preference for privacy in a number of countries as well. So that's like economists would say that privacy is a normal good, that demand for it increases with income. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. O'Keefe. The pension system and labor participation, care economy practice maybe, and the family actually structure, public transfer, private transfer in the context of social norm, that's all interconnected. And because of the inequality we found in many different ways, and between rural and urban, that story is actually getting pictured as a picture. It's clearer now. And thank you very much for highlighting that. Now, Mr. Maliki, just a little bit a slightly different question, I think, for you. Has COVID-19 affected the economic and social situation for the older persons in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay. Let me start with what actually the government already implement during the pandemic to support the elderly. Because during the pandemic, the government expand their support to the elderly and also people with disability. And it is proven that the support has eased quite significantly the impact of COVID to the elderly. However, again, we still have room for improvement and also looking for more systematic and also optimal social protection support for the elderly and also people with disability. So during the pandemic, we, Bappenas, work with area and also survey meter to evaluate the impact of the COVID-19 on older people in selected villages in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Bali. The study was a panel because we already have the data since before the pandemic actually. So this is a phone survey covering older people's situation before and during the pandemic. So this is end of 2019 and July 2020 and November 2020. The coverage is including the mental health, the economic security, and also social interactions. The study found that older people's mental health deteriorated during the pandemic. More specifically, they felt less satisfied with life than bored. Older people also reported being more anxious about their own health, family health, and economic security during the pandemic. The mental health is also more prominent in Bali, which was severely impacted by COVID-19 due to the region's heavily reliance on the tourism, I guess. So, this is, we need to have like further investigations to see if there is any urban-rural connections to mental health during the COVID-19. So in terms of the economic security, the survey discovered that more than half of the older people surveyed, which is 54%, experienced income loss in July 2020 compared to 2019. But the situation improved in November when the number decreased to around 39%. Yeah. And we have a follow-up question suggests that around 40 to 50% of all the people experiencing income loss has to reduce their food consumption to manage the situation, indicating a harmful mitigations decisions since I think the nutrition intake is essential to maintain the immune system during the pandemic is being affected. So again, we also have worked with the Australian government through Compact Project, and also one of the people with disability CSO, Bina Swadaya, to evaluate the pandemic impact on people with disability. The study consistently reported income declined, higher family spending, and higher incidence of poverty among people with disability during the pandemic. This finding is very relevant, mainly due to the elevated portions of the older people among the people with disability in Indonesia. So last, regarding social interactions, other people in Indonesia seems to be more familiar with technology during the pandemic, as shown by the increased utilization of the digital services or devices to communicate with their families. The study also found that community support for the older population has increased, especially in July 2020. This is possibly due to the high risk older people face. Yeah. This awareness among community members hopefully assigns a positive starting point for Indonesia to enhance a more aging mainstream policy and also environment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maliki, and sharing your very important studies on the mental health and the social protection, as well as the social interactions, people's interactions, and particularly older persons in several regions in a country. I think it's striking that I think this COVID-19 has a significant impact on the social protection of the older persons. Probably in our region, the income of the older persons are generated from either private transfer and labor income. That is, we need to consider the resilience, economic resilience of the older persons. So I think rightly so, I think the Indonesian government actually provided the social protection for the older persons and people with disability. To address that, it's probably right way policies, but also beyond that, we really need to really think about resilience in such situations for the older persons. And thank you very much for sharing the good practices. Now I think the Ms. Tam, I'd like to really want you to expand a little bit on the rural and the versus urban issues. So what are the challenges and opportunities for the older persons in the rural areas versus urban areas? How we can empower older persons in rural and urban areas so that they have a choice to work or to retire? What is the experience from China? Over to you.
Well, I think the picture of rural and urban in China is quite mixed one. And we had been a very dichotomized society with different systems from rural to urban. And now we are trying to narrowing the gap. However, it is not so easy. So we found that the pension system, although with a very almost universal coverage in rural, but it is very low and not enough for daily living support. And so, and in urban, I should say the urban retired elderly really enjoy the benefit of development. So there's a debate when the government discussed the retirement postponement. So there's some voice not agree with that because they think they enjoy the retirement life. This is a one side picture. And another picture is that China is a very specific on family-oriented society, and there's a lot of family duties, like the previous professor said, that actually a lot of Chinese women retired at their late 50s go home to take care of their grandchildren. And this is a contribution because they taking care of the grandchildren, so the younger couples can go to work. And how to make this intergenerational solidarity is visible and recognizable, it is another picture. So there's I think a lot of complicated issues and challenges facing in the policy making, policy revision, moderation, and regulation change, and especially in the pension reform, and how to make it both satisfy the individual's request and families' request. And also, on the other hand, we should consider the macroeconomic situation in China. And so I think there's a long time debate. I think it's more than 10 years on that. Although the government is now pushing on the postponement of retirement and try to raising the level of rural pension, especially when I visited some eastern part of rural China, the local government raised the local pension already by their own money, but it is not nationwide, and it is just for the richer part of the rural. So I think, and when we're looking at those elder people in their 60s and 70s, there's a lot of issues I think need to consider is what is their individual's choice. Somebody try to pursue their career and prolong their career life. For example, in CAS, in my academy has a special funding for support retired research fellows to carry on research and publish their book. And so there's different issues. And but for small companies, they cannot offer, and so there's some issues need to be solved by the whole society, by different sectors, and also even though there will be institutional arrangement on pension system on retirement age, it is also the discussion. I think that is a very possible choice of the government to making a flexible retirement age upon the request of the worker and the employer. And so it needs both agreement on postpone or early retirement. And actually, we encouraging, and as a researcher, we encouraging the government making the policy not only consider for the sustainable economic development, but also consider providing more choices for elder people, let them to choose. Maybe they will consider their individuals' development, maybe they need to consider the demand from their family members. And there's different issues. And so also the system need to be flexible. It is not easy, actually. So different parts, I think, speaking different voices. For example, All China Women's Federation working on promote equal retirement age for men and women. And at the same time, if women want to retire earlier, they can, but they need to have a re-enter opportunity after they finish their family responsibilities. So I think this is especially true for women because a lot of family issues taken care of by women, not men. In China, I think in a lot of Asian societies. So we are facing very big challenges in the future because we are aging very fast. And but I think if there's a good understanding on this aging society, on elder people's needs, and if there's a strong commitment from the government and better understanding from the society, I think we can push the issue forward and try to clear the mixed issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chen. And again, I think the sharing the good lessons and the good practices and the lessons learned from China, particularly I think the pension scheme and the public transfer, public support, and all maybe the pension scheme and all the public support could be a key. But I think to put it in the context of such choices is very important. I think particularly highlighted in choices to work, happily work, or I think to be retired, enjoy different type of their lives. And I think that's also the Ms. Chen, I think to kind of have the implications of the macroeconomic economy, that's really actually big things I think we need to consider. I think my take was actually sort of since I think the many older women are providing the care for the grandchildren, that could have an impact on for example, the policies or situation related to the law fertility and the childbearing. Maybe some of the countries in with the sort of law fertility, that's the holistic view of the macroeconomy, particularly if the population is aging. That's something we probably need to think about. So thank you very much for your insights and the implications for member states to consider. Now, Ms. Tsui, tell us about how we can count technology support, innovation, technology support people in the workplace and the social life, and also how has COVID-19 impacted the work and life in Vietnam? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is widely recognized that new technology are significantly impacting economic and social relationships among individual communities and also nations. So high-speed telecommunications have also become a major driving force of globalizations in the capital, labor, and product market. And thus, not only can we connect with anyone, anytime, at any distance, but we can also do various tasks conveniently, such as learning, doing research, work with other teams remotely. So in general, technology provides an easy access to everything, make work more efficiently, and create channels for communications. Secondly, technology connects sectors, partners together, regardless of the distance. And also it helps save time, reduce pollutions, traffic jam, and helps people's life faster and thinking simpler. Without the support of technology, we believe that we cannot overcome COVID-19 pandemic so quickly and effectively in Vietnam. But COVID-19, on the other side, has made very serious impact big impact and changes, a lot of changes on work and life for people in Vietnam. And also technology becomes both opportunity and also barriers. COVID on one side create job opportunities for people, especially in service industry, and increasing some other opportunities like boosting online sales and online courses. But on the other side, it also heavily affects traditional industry, and especially older adults who are not fast to react to using technology. Secondly, COVID-19 changed people and pushed them to extreme side. Either people become more lazy and more negative, or they become more sensitive and see more opportunities during COVID. Thirdly, it's COVID-19 increased gender inequality as well in Vietnam, because women at that time has to do more housework. Women lose more job than men, and they are under a more mental pressure, and the domestic violence increase in all areas, especially cities or other areas, which is really bad. And lastly, COVID-19 make the elderly people more lonely and more afraid of catching up to modern war. So young people in the history were already proved to react faster with technology and the changes in life, and even faster after COVID. While we were driving a car in the past and now changing to driving airplane, for example. But meanwhile, many older adults were like changing from driving car to bike and back to walking, and they even get slower because COVID impact made serious impact on their mental health and also physical health. So that was my point, and we really hope to give a hand and solve those problems.
Thank you, Ms. Tay. Again, I think we heard the good practice in the Vietnam, and with the new inventions, the new telecommunication tool like a mobile phone, information technology, and the technological advance, give us opportunity. Opportunity, whether we can benefit from opportunity, has an inequality we got, particularly older persons and the women that she highlighted. To overcome the barriers, there's some new solutions maybe as well. And particularly COVID-19 has an impact on the work, labor participation, isolation, even domestic violence. So that dimension could be connected together. I think and maybe actually the potential solutions maybe as well. So they really important. Thank you very much for highlighting actually the very important issues. The Ms. T. So the Ms. Donauer, this is the second round of questions for you. Are there any lessons learned from regions, from your perspective, on how to empower women so that they can live in security and a dignity and a safety in older age? So we actually get into the more the good practices and how we do what we do. So over to you. Ms. Donauer?
Pardon me.
Oh, good.
So in terms of what the experience of the region has been like in order to enhance well-being, especially of older women, I think I'd like to answer this in sort of a long-term, medium-term, and near-term effects. So the longest-term effect is that when we invest more in the education and health of girls and close those gender gaps over time, when those girls enter aging cohorts, those aging cohorts have fewer gender gaps with men, and they have better outcomes overall. So the long-term investments in population education and health are by and large, or by far the most effective ways that we can maintain the well-being of older. But of course, that takes a long time to realize. In the medium term, although we haven't really seen this enacted on a very large scale, one of the best things I think that could happen is to make care jobs good jobs, to invest in the care sector, the paid care sector, because those jobs will take care of many of the issues that we've been talking about, the need for childcare, the well-being impacts on older persons who are doing care for disabled elders. And if we make, now of course, there are plenty of care jobs that are bad jobs. The pay is low, they're not under social protection umbrellas. So we need to make sure that care jobs, if we're investing in care jobs, they're good jobs. And who knows, if we make those jobs good enough, men might even want to do them. So that's another way to sort of play the long game in terms of making overall care economy more equitable. And then in the sort of shortest term, we do have, I'm aware of some projects in Thailand that have kind of arranged community collectives around gathering up older persons in a community to exchange care with one another, and also to sort of gather in a community center to support people who are actively doing unpaid care work, so that we can mitigate some of the negative impacts on well-being that they may be experiencing. So there are many experiments in these kind of a small scale throughout Asia that could be replicated, and more creative ideas that we could try to see how well they work in other places. And as you mentioned, also, this could also help some of the low fertility issues. The distribution of care work is a big issue here. And so we can make investments to enhance the well-being of older persons that could also enhance the experience of family making and family raising, and make that a more engaging prospect for younger people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. So thank you very much. It's summarizing the sort of the good practices probably for us to think about. First is a life cycle, life course approach on the gender issues, particularly for some education. When we thought about population aging and aging older persons, we often focus on older persons only, but we really need to think about all generations, whole of life course, life cycle, and investment on that, particularly gender issues, very important and key for the long term. And the second is the care jobs. My word is might be like to officialize the care job, care economy, but also they make it a decent job is a key. That's actually probably providing the sort of the big labor market as well. Maybe young persons can join in, maybe. So it's very probably quite actually efficient sort of the policy change. But I think to make it decent is probably the key for that, I guess. That was the lessons I actually got from you. And the third is intergenerational community, collective activities that you introduced in Thailand as an example. That could be done, I guess. And many, actually, I heard that there are lots of similar activities happening in this region. So that's probably something that we may consider in the short term. So it's great that I think the summary of what we could do together, not only actually sort of the governments of the sort of member states, but also the civil society organizations, are there any other partners, I guess. So we actually sort of finished 2 rounds of the sort of the questions. I think the time is pressing, but I think I really want to sort of ask the sort of the panelists. Do you have any sort of the panelists, have a question together among the panelists, just to check before opening the floor to the member states? Any panelists want to ask the questions or clarification to other panelists? Okay, good. Thank you very much. Shall we? Well, I think while I think you're thinking about it, I think the all panelists, you have opportunity to kind of in a closing. So they be prepared, but also I think they think about some sort of clarifications or additional comments. So while we are waiting for, I think we want to open the floor to the questions and answers. But I think they want to actually distinguish delegates of the country representatives, either in person or online. So I've got China, the Mr. Mr. Yun-Suk Ki from China, the permanent representative of China to ESCAP. So the floor is yours.
My apologies, Mr. Ku has an urgent meeting, so may I speak on behalf of him?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Geng Yun, Assistant Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP. 下面我会切换到中文发言。刚才几位专家的发言非常具有启发性，我们也受益匪浅。那么下面我想简要的介绍一下中国促进老年人与发展的一些相关的做法。中国高度重视统筹人口老龄化与经济社会发展，实施积极应对人口老龄化的国家战略。那么近年来，中国转向了高质量发展阶段，为确保发展成果切实惠及老年人口的，中国已经实现了特惠老年人应养尽养。同时，中国把老有所为同老有所养结合，在学校、医院、社区、家政等领域探索适合老年人灵活就业的模式。中国建立了老年人才信息库，加强老年人职业培训和创业指导。中国推动银发经济规范发展，并与金融、养生、文化、旅游、教育等多业态深度融合。当前，亚太地区人口老龄化加速推进，给经济社会发展带来挑战与机遇并存。我们应该充分肯定老年人对经济社会发展的贡献，同时应积极提供更多激励机制和鼓励性政策，为老年人提供优质的就业公共服务。应该积极推进老年教育与培训的发展，促进老年人力资本提升，在发展中保障老年人权益，同时辅助支持老年人实现自身发展。谢谢。
Yeah, thank you very much for highlighting the situations, particularly I think the big impact on the population aging on the social development of the whole country, and also sharing the good practices around education, housing services for the older persons. Really, I think that we actually, it's something we actually learn from China. Thank you very much. So next in law is the Mr. Chen Ying, they from the Tongshan College. The floor is yours.
谢谢。尊敬的大会主席、各位专家，大家好。我代表中国民间中山学院，就培训护理人员和保健专业人员实际的探索的简短发言。中国中央政府已经提出来，1945年14.5世纪全国老年人口3亿人员，从轻度老年化进入了中度老年化。中共中央研究在2021年4月发布了关于加强新时代老年工作意见，提出加强人才队伍建设，加快建设适应新时代老年工作需要的专业技术、 社会服务、经营管理、科学研究人才和志愿者队伍，也要求大家大力发展相关的职业教育，开展养老服务、护理人员培训、培养。中国国家教育部和省级各级部门都积极优先支持养老的相关专业的申请，以及从专科一些都有本科的专业。就拿我中山学院来讲，从2010年开始，相继创办了老年护理管理、护理康复、治疗技术、药学和中药康复技术、康复工程技术、食品营养和与卫生等专业，建了学院的大健康专业群，利用我们学院的养老院、康复院，形成了一个产教融合的人才培养体系。每年招生规模在1200人左右，中国全校的招生人数的42%，10多年来为各社会培养了7000多余名养老专业人员。学校还根据联合国老龄研究所连续举办这些高级培训班的经验，研究提出了健康照护师职业资格分级培训和考核标准，与地方政府和社会组织积极开展业务培训及失能失智长照护的专题培训，我们也做了一些贡献吧。目前呢，我们也在讨论这个问题，养老专业的生源在这个招生上面还是不够，由于呢这个学生这个教学成本的跟这个政府给予支持的这个远远不能满足老龄化对人才需要的这个数量的需求，还有老年就是学生这个毕业以后的工资待遇还不具备竞争力，没有完善的收入分配机制和职业晋升通道，这就是对我们培养人才有一个瓶颈。全社会人普遍缺乏对养老服务的充分认识，对年轻人的吸引力不足，因为这个毕竟是一个服务行业专业。我们呢有一个建议，各国政府呢在这个方面呢要加大建立养老服务岗位工资保障制度，就晋升制度，开展更多途径的舆论宣传和实际体验，提高大家的这种特别年轻人对养老事业的这种崇高的这种理想，和有年轻人来参与养老照护行动。第二呢，政府在支持养老专业人才培养上面有专项的支持。中国政府呢已经有一些政策，但是还是不够，希望呢求大家都关心这方面，做更大的一种支持。还有呢，就是希望各个学校与相关的专业人才培养一起参与，大家来研究关于人才培养的这个发展的前景。我发言就简单，这个谢谢大家。再讲一下。
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences on the inclusive policies, particularly and also the training and education for the opportunity for both young persons and older persons, and also sharing the challenges. That's something we can think about further. Oh, thank you very much for that. Next is Mr. Franklin Quijano from Philippines. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mori, and thank you for allowing me to jump in. This is Franklin Quijano, the chairperson of a newly created government office that responds to the elderly, the older persons, and the seniors concerns. So, being a new office under the office of the president, we are saying that we are responding to the Madrid International Plan of Action for Aging. And we are saying that there is so much challenge ahead that we are facing because the work that we are facing is multifarious. One is the realization that the older persons, because of their skills, their expertise, and their wisdom, are really more than willing to join in the labor force, even with the limitations or the institutional arrangements that are being practiced. And so in the meeting this morning, my experience resonates with that of the other countries in terms of what they are experiencing. In fact, right now, as our elder persons have learned that there is a new agency in government that addresses the older persons, all of them or most of them wants to join me in the work. The problem is I cannot even justify their participation in my work because our laws are archaic, and our civil service law says that you cannot work anymore at age 60 or 65. And that means that the older persons wanting to join me will just have to join my work as volunteers. This brings me one challenge, and that is we need to influence government in terms of the laws. We hope that our laws will change so that our retirement, employment, and re-employment systems will improve. The reason is because in other countries, people can retire 3 times. But in the case of the Philippines, we only retire once. And if we work after retirement, there even are disincentives in the sense that you might not be paid your retirement because you're working again. So with this, I hope that our international community will also be conscious about the vast human resource potentials of the elderlies, the older persons, which we can tap in terms of nation building. And so this is a work ahead. And if you will notice, my background is WHO office. We are transitioning. We have a new government. Our new president just took his oath. And therefore, I have to move to a separate place because the other place is very busy. And I hope that we will also be able to create more workshops ahead, more especially on the aspects of how we will be able to tap the senior citizens' expertise, so much wisdom to share, so much experience to give to the next generation. In fact, if we are to respond to the need for the seniors to learn in terms of the digital world, it seems that we need to also upgrade ourselves. But on the other hand, this is a challenge because the next generation does not know much about the experiences of the senior citizens while they were young. In fact, we would like to say that perhaps this is high time for the senior citizens to also share their expertise to the next generation. Sometimes in the assessment of risks for our country, especially because we are frequently visited by disasters, typhoon, earthquakes, and all, the experiences of the olds will also have to be shared. We can be able to protect our population better if the lifelong experiences of how to handle our disasters will also be shared in the next generation. So there is so much that we do, and of course we are also saying that our seniors are very resilient, especially with the COVID. we have found that the seniors, even if they were prevented from leaving homes because the government responsibly controlling COVID means no population movement as much as possible, and the seniors are very vulnerable in that sense. But as a result, the seniors, being resilient, were able to also innovate and find ways by which they would be able to survive in this COVID time. So we have some practices like the gardening systems has improved, because as they are prevented from leaving, they stay at home and improve their systems of addressing their lives and then improving agriculture and all. Also, we would like to point out, following the observations of the other countries, that the rural-urban divide also is very much experienced in the Philippines. In the Philippines, the senior citizens, 45% of our senior citizens are still in agriculture and fishery, and therefore they are working even as they are already seniors. On the other hand, in the cities, because of the retirement law, you will have to be compelled to retire at age 65. We hope that we will be able to visit this and find ways by which we will be able to tap the senior citizens, also considering the fact that senior citizens all need a lot of support in terms of cultural, financial, and economic, and that the realities that we are facing is, as we grow in age, our income declines because of the laws that are there, and yet our needs will be increasing, especially because we need to have maintenance medicines and all. We need to be given medical attention. And therefore, these are the concerns that this new government agency is facing. I look forward to more interactions ahead with UN, ESCAP, and all countries and participation. And I hope I'll be able to define a deeper program for in a plan of action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In the region, we have a privilege to have so active and the good wisdoms, the skills, and all the older persons. At the same time, I think our lessons learned is the right and choices for older persons, because situations and aging process is very individualized. So thank you very much. Now, I think we haven't got much time, but I think I like to sort of some sort of the summary or lessons learned from the whole of the sessions from a panelist. So Mr. Philip O'Keefe, sorry, I think put you on a spot, but Mr. O'Keefe, what's your take on from these sessions? Yes, you're experts in social protection in the region, but what was the sort of the lessons learned and what we need to think about to promote MIPA process ahead, and what will be the lessons learned from, I think, the member states as well as civil society organizations, UN agencies, all very different partners. So what's your take on, Philip? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Nori. I'm probably not as well qualified to speak on the governmental and institutional side of the MIPA process, but maybe on some of the substantive themes that came up. A repeated one was clearly the whole old age financial protection systems of the various countries, and that's clearly a common challenge, not just in this region, but across the world. Covering the informal sector, covering rural people, and particularly covering women within those groups. Also covering women even within the formal schemes, because they tend to have lower labour force participation, lower contribution density, and other things. There are no easy solutions to that. I think China has been very innovative in this area, and there's a lot to be learnt there. Social pensions have clearly been a tool, and they've achieved often wide coverage, but they haven't achieved the ultimate goal of old age financial protection. So I think part of the story of reframing pension reform, particularly in formal schemes, is about fairness. People complain that retirement ages are raised, or that accrual rates are reduced, or other things in formal schemes. But they're typically a minority of the elderly who we're talking about. So I think reframing the pension debate around issues like fairness, coverage, and inclusion, and not all solely the traditional ones of fiscal pressures, I think would be very appealing. And choice and flexibility, as others mentioned, I think. So reframing it in a positive light, that this is about realizing the potential of older people, not just about squeezing them for money because the budget can't afford to pay higher pensions or longer pensions, that kind of thing. The other thing I think is the interaction of all these areas was very clear between Social Security, care, labour market policies, and a whole host of other policies. I think all of us, both in governments, in international organisations, and often in research, tend to look at pieces of the elephant, as they say, and we don't see the whole thing. So I think linking all these policies together, which they are not always done, and it's difficult to do because you're working across agencies and government, but that's going to be a really big challenge. But I think there are lessons there. Some of these integrated aging policies of Indonesia, of China, Thailand, and others that we can learn from. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. And I think they really want to ask the Miss Gretchen Dunauer to come in on the floor for your take, and maybe actually sort of the further comments you want to say. Over to you.
Thank you. So to echo what Mr. O'Keefe said about earlier, that how much people are working and that the focus is on sort of the generative powers of older persons. And certainly my focus there is also recognizing the generative powers of older persons in this unpaid care economy. And so I think that is important for protecting the well-being of older persons, but also kind of moving towards this opportunities framework, that recognizing that up until the very oldest ages, older persons are producing sort of more care than they're consuming. And one other thing that I didn't really get to mention before, but is also kind of a positive message, is that in the countries that we have looked at, the degree of sort of older persons as care receivers, net care receivers, really is a manageable issue compared to the public perception of a tidal wave of care needs coming on. Instead, we actually see that, as I said, up until the very oldest ages, older persons are actually giving more care to others, family members, community members, than they're receiving themselves. So while there certainly is a need in a period of disability, often at the very end of life, for older persons to receive care, the scale of that problem is manageable. It is something that governments can handle, and it won't swamp their economies. It won't swamp their budgets. So I think that is, I didn't really get to mention that before, but that's one other positive message.
Thank you very much. I think that now it's getting to time, so I think my take is very simple, but I think as the individual needs and demands is quite individualized, that's the policy process and policy itself for the older person, for all of us, is really getting complex. So this is where I think the sharing each other and the good practices and the process is very critical, I think, for all of us. So thank you very much. I think this session is very informative, at least for me, and I hope that's actually quite sort of informative for you to way forward. So I see no more speakers, and so I would like to thank panelists and the delegates of their active participation. The meeting has now concluded its deliberation under agenda item 3A on older persons and development. So now I will now give the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. What a lively discussion it has been, and you have moderated it so well. It's given us a good understanding of good practices, positive impacts, progress, and challenges, as well as new emerging issues. Few takeaways that I would like also to mention before we begin the next panel discussion is the need for a systematic social protection systems across countries in Asia. From yesterday and today, we've realized the variations in pension reforms, the variations in providing for care. These are issues, I think, especially in public transfer and social transfers, we've had this understanding. Very interesting for me is an understanding of the factors that seem to affect the age in labor force. And among them are factors like the level of education, gender roles and gender gaps that we see, as well as the differences within the rural and urban settings. Also, the need to relook at some of the accepted criteria and norms that define policies and laws for the aging population. I also heard of the need for research, especially longitudinal research, of the factors that we've been talking about. And very important is also the intergenerational connectivity, the care roles of the different generations, different ages, and how it affects the aging population. The pandemic, natural disasters, wars, all of this has an impact on the aging population. What are the special measures we could put in place, and how do we assess them and monitor them? For the experiences of COVID, 4 or 5 issues came up. We all realized the impact on the mental health of the aging population. We all realized domestic violence increased and the negative impact of that. We also realized the economic securities and resilience, the variations that we felt, income losses, and its impact on the health and nutrition of the aging population. Quite a bit of discussions, including the gender disparity. And last but not least, the need for looking at things through a life cycle approach. In conclusion, I would like to say, what I have taken back, if I have to put it in one sentence, it is just to say that Asian older persons are working harder and longer. And we need to realize that, and we need to appreciate that. Thank you very much. So let's move now to agenda item 3B, entitled Advancing Health and Wellbeing into Old Age. This session will feature again a roundtable discussion, and following the panel's discussion, there will be time for question and answers from the floor. We encourage countries and participants, distinguished participants, to partake in the discussions. I now have the honor to invite Dr. Mary N. Tsao, Chairperson of Tsao Foundation, to introduce the panelists and nominate and moderate the discussion. Dr. Tsao, please join me on the rostrum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Excellencies. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marianne Tsao from the Tsao Foundation, which is a Singapore-based operational foundation for the last 30 years dedicated to the health and well-being of older people by innovating solutions in the community, research, capacity building, and policy advocacy. So this session is about health and well-being of older people and really reviewing what progress we made over the last 20 years. As many of the speakers already alluded to yesterday, Asia already has more older people than the rest of the world. Already 60% of the population is over 60 in Asia Pacific. And we are just now starting to age in many countries. So right now we're about 13.6% of our older population at over 60, but by 2050, it will be 25%. 1 in 4 person will be over 60. So it's true of many other countries where people are living longer, our health span has not caught up with our lifespan. So even though we're living longer, more people are living many more years of their life in illness and disability. And of course, this is more so with women, which as many speakers alluded to. So with the last few years of COVID-19, of course, we have even seen more the impact on the health of older people. It's affecting them disproportionately and really highlight some of the weaknesses in our system in healthcare, and particularly with the long-term care institutions like long-term care, like nursing homes, as well as mental health. So health is really at the crux of the issue of aging, whether aging becomes a burden, whether aging is a longevity to be celebrated. Because an older person can live well, healthy, and functional and strong. They can certainly do not be dependent, and they can carry on their life without depending on caregivers and relying on the system. So the recently released National Academy of Medicine report on global health and aging put it together very well, and I'd like to read this. They will say that the cost of insufficient action at this point means more people will be living in poor health and suffering and dependence. There'll be increased financial burden on individuals and families, and there'll be lost opportunities for people of all ages, particularly considering the family will have to provide care. The GDP will be lower than would be with better health and full inclusion of older people, and of course be increased fiscal burden on governments for supporting unnecessarily high levels of illness and disability. However, by improving healthy longevity, the future, based on evidence, shows that aging societies can be optimistic. So all this really reinforces the importance and the urgency of taking swift action and accelerate the implementation of MIPA. So as we all know, the burden of disease is really primarily related to chronic diseases and NCDs, such as blood pressure, high blood pressure, and diabetes, and they're all lifestyle diseases, and these all can be preventable and largely manageable in terms of avoiding disabilities through a life course approach of promoting good health. So as I mentioned earlier, just like the previous section, this purpose of this review is actually to look at what happened the last 20 years. Have we improved our healthcare systems? We're able to deliver better care? Are the health of older people really improved? What are the good practices? What are the challenges? Therefore, what are immediate priorities? And of course, any emerging issues that might be coming up. So at this point, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have a really stellar panel of speakers. I would like to introduce now. We have Dr. Sun Man Kwan, the president of the Korean Health Industry Development Institute. Dr. Kwan is a health economist and has spent many years studying health systems, particularly on universal health care. We also have Dr. Anshu Banerjee, the Director of Maternal, Newborn, Child, and Adolescent Health and Aging of the World Health Organization. Dr. Banerjee also comes with 30 years of experience doing public health around the world. We also have Dr. Hua Li Wang, the Chairman of the Clinical Research Division and Associate Director of Beijing Dementia Key Lab at the University Institute of Mental Health in China. And Dr. Wang has been really advocating on issue of mental health of older people, and particularly have deep experience with dementia, a significant issue with population aging, for something at this point we have no cure, and working not just with research or clinical practice, but also working with family caregivers and professional caregivers. And last but not least, we have Ms. Janice Cha, the Managing Director of Aging Asia in Singapore. Ms. Cha I know Janice very well, and she started working as an entrepreneur in aged care sector when she was in her early 30s, or maybe even younger than that. And so it's unusual in the sense that she has really worked with organizations around the world and have deep knowledge of global practices, good practices of housing, health, and care among the private sector. So with that, I would like to start our panel. I would like to direct the first question actually to Dr. Kwan. Dr. Kwan? So the question to Dr. Kwan is really, as a health economist who study health systems and university healthcare, after 20 years of MIPA, where are we now at with health and well-being? What kind of changes have been in the health system have you seen, and are we actually doing better? Dr. Kwan.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to join this meeting. Responding to the first question, we all know that universal health coverage becomes a key global development issue, and most countries in the world are adopting this UHC as a key health policy or development policy agenda. So it's a big improvement. And also many countries have experienced a improvement in overall health. But I'd like to emphasize that what is the concept of this universal health coverage? I think of course, we understand it as a universality for the access for healthcare, but I think we should also include not only the access to essential healthcare, but also the access to essential care. So we need a slightly expanded view of this UHC to cover both medical care and essential care. And also, as a challenge, we need a good continuum of care from the prevention, primary to secondary, tertiary care. But even after this acute care, for all the people, we know it's very important to have a good post-acute care, rehabilitation, or essential elderly care. So we need to have a good continuum of care and good coordination between healthcare and long-term care. And for that, I'd like to re-emphasize the importance of primary care and gatekeeping, because for this continuum of care, we need a good care coordinator. Of course, depending on the country situation, in some countries, you may have a better alternative to the primary care provider. But in many countries, if we have a good or vital primary care, I think they can play a very important role in the continuum of care and even the coordination between health and long-term care. But still, we still have many challenges. I'd like to emphasize the equity issues. Of course, equity, especially for older people's perspective, we have a concern of equity on gender perspective, but also we know that there's a huge equity in terms of the health status of rich and poor older people. So we need more evidence, and we should make sure that it is not only the overall improvement in health status, but also we need to pay attention to whether we have an increasing gap in health outcomes, health status of older people across different socioeconomic status. Because in some countries, we already have an evidence that depending on the socioeconomic status of older people, there might be an increase in equity, an increasing inequity, increasing gap among older people. And we already talked a lot about the life course approach, so I don't want to re-emphasize, but we also need more evidence and also advocacy about the importance of the life course approach for the health of older people. Now, and recently, we are facing these big challenges of pandemic. And we know that it may be a beginning of next another pandemic of disease X. And we had so many lessons in terms of the health and well-being of all the people in an era of pandemic. We learned that access to vaccines and medicines for all people are critical because all people, they're so vulnerable. So in most countries, so many casualties from all the people. So we should really strengthen our preparedness and response to a pandemic, and what is the best policy to support and protect the older people. Because in this pandemic era, we learned that not only medical care, but also care becomes even more important during this pandemic. Otherwise, all the people are neglected. And also we learned that UHC means it is to cover not only the medical care, but also cover population public health measures, overall public health measures, including testing things. And we also learned that health policy alone cannot be effective as a response. We need a really multi-sectoral approach and multi-sectoral governance between health policy, welfare policy, even transportation, urban policy. So we need a good collaboration across sectors and multi-sectoral approach. And we also learn that the flexibility, because even if we have a good preparedness, we cannot prepare perfectly for a future pandemic. So we need a good preparedness, but at the same time, we should have a good kind of flexible system such that facing a real pandemic, we should be able to flexibly readjust our health and care system. Finally, in terms of health financing issues, I know many countries in Asia Pacific are interested in so-called social health insurance, kind of contribution-based insurance approach. Of course, there are many merits, advantages, and Korea also has this kind of social health insurance. But still, most countries in the region cannot really cover everybody through this contribution social health insurance. And we know that facing a pandemic like COVID-19, we learn that the entitlement-based system, government direct budget support are so important. So we know that the social health insurance type approach is very important, but we also need a good government commitment in terms of funding, a government direct budget support. So we need to persuade the Ministry of Finance to expand the government support, funding support, or entitlement basis approach as an effective response to a pandemic. Over. Thank you.
My apologies. So thank you, Dr. Kwan. That was a very comprehensive review of the situation. You highlight some very important things, the importance of primary care. I realize that many health systems are focused on acute care at hospitals. However, with older people, it's true of all ages, but particularly for older people, keeping them healthy and well out of hospital, invest in primary care is super important. So I really appreciate you mentioning that, because I think many countries, our primary care isn't very strong and access is not so good, particularly for older people who have transportation problems, other issues as you highlighted. The other issue is actually integration across healthcare and long-term care, and also between healthcare and social care. And we all know that social determinants are really a more important cause of health, disease, and disability, and versus actually physical factors. And oftentimes, I've noted between the governments, often the health ministries and social ministries don't always, they have their own different departments and always work across. And I just want to highlight the importance of coordination across different ministries, because really to provide good care and have good health outcome for older people really requires many ministries working together. So I want to shoot this question now over to Dr. Banerjee. What do you think from WHO's perspective? And of course, I note that, healthcare for older people really is a different practice than adult medicine. Just like we don't practice on pediatric the same way as adult medicine, and same thing with geriatrics, not the same. So in addition to health system access and all those issues, what is your view from WHO's point of view in terms of whether or not we make progress, whether or not the quality of care is appropriate for older people, both in terms of health care, long-term care, and of course we haven't quite mentioned, which is mental health. Over to you, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you very much. And maybe just to first touch on universal health coverage. We know that the world at the moment is off track to reach the Sustainable Development Goals for universal health coverage. Already before the pandemic, WHO had set a target to increase universal health coverage for 1 billion more people by 2023. And it was estimated like a year ago that the world was actually off track by 730 million people to actually achieve that target of 1 billion more people on universal health coverage. And of course, due to the COVID pandemic, which led to significant disruptions in the delivery of essential health services, we now estimate that that shortfall is going to be around 800 to 840 million people. So really, we're off track to achieve the universal health coverage goals. And while we know that we made substantial progress in increasing service coverage, we also know that that progress was not fast enough. And when we look at impoverishing health spending, that has decreased also in the recent years, but the number of people that are impoverished has remained unacceptably high. So, for example, in 2017, the total population facing catastrophic payment or impoverishing health spending was estimated to be between 1.4 and 1.9 billion people. And of course, these trends are exacerbated by substantial and persistent inequalities between and within countries. And as you just highlighted, we really need to take a primary healthcare approach to address this. On long-term care, the number of older people that are going to require care and support is going to increase. And every country therefore needs to have an integrated continuum of long-term care services that provides to older people who require it the ability to maintain the best level of functioning, and that it also offers flexibility for people to meet the changing and diverse needs that they have, whether it's at home, whether it's in the community, or whether it's in a facility. So we know that at the moment only 49% of countries have a policy on long-term care. And within the Southeast Asia region for WHO, that's 46 countries, so a bit higher. But in the Western Pacific region, so more in the Eastern Asian region, it's much lower. It's only 19% of countries that actually have a policy on long-term care. And here we have a tremendous lack of data. We issued a baseline report for the UN Decade on Healthy Aging, and we looked at nationally representative studies of older persons and collected data, which collected data between 2013 and 2019. And these household surveys actually only interview people who live at home. And so therefore they don't interview people who live in institutions such as long-term care facilities. And so we have a major discrepancy in knowing what really the needs are. And just coming to the COVID pandemic, more than 40% of COVID-19 related deaths during 2020 occurred in long-term care facilities, with in some countries, high-income countries, actually the proportion being as high as 80%. And so this reflects an attitude of ageism amongst policymakers and resulting in insufficient investments in long-term care facilities. And finally, just a few points on mental health. A few weeks ago, WHO published the World Mental Health Report that also highlights the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on a global crisis for that has created basically a global crisis for mental health. We know that anxiety and depressive disorders have increased by more than 25% during the first year of the pandemic. And at the same time, mental health services have been severely disrupted. And the treatment gap for mental health conditions has widened. On average, also, looking at investments, we know that less than 2% of the healthcare budget goes to mental health, and that more than 70% of mental health expenditures in middle-income countries goes towards psychiatric hospitals, with community-based healthcare really being underfunded. A few stats maybe on older people. Around 13% of adults aged 70 and over live with a mental disorder, and these are mainly depressive and anxiety disorders. This doesn't include dementia, and an additional 7% of people 65 years and over actually live with dementia. And coming to the pandemic, we've seen that a number of research studies have shown that the suicide rate in older people who normally already have a suicide rate of twice that of working people, but that before the pandemic it had decreased, but during the pandemic it has actually increased. And this is partially due to older people being at an elevated risk of late life depression and suicide already. But these depressive symptoms amongst older people may be accentuated more by stressful events such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Other risk factors were like not being married, inability to pay medical bills, low social support, and having limited social networks. And so isolation also plays a role. And another point of concern is also the abuse, the high prevalence of abuse of older people. I'll keep it at this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. That was really amazing how much information packed in a few minutes. Anyway, but back to the issue of mental health. I remember during around 2000, to turn the millennium, WHO already said that mental health is probably one of the biggest health issue, period. And I think in Asia Pacific, unfortunately, mental health is still a bit of a stigma. People don't want to talk about it. They don't want to recognize it. And of course, with older people, depression, anxiety is pretty common. And you're absolutely right about the suicide rate. Suicide rate among older people is usually a bit higher than working adults, and it really spiked during that period of time. We certainly saw that in Singapore. We actually, during that period of time, one of our older person who lived alone was quite depressed and isolated, and we went to visit them, and so he was quite severely affected. We wanted to hospitalize him, and he said, fine, you go, you go, I'll come with you tomorrow. Our staff left, and he jumped. That was traumatic, of course, terrible for everyone, certainly for the gentleman and the family, and certainly for us. So we would really have to be on alert. And we found out that most of the staff is not always well trained enough. So of course, the social workers are, but oftentimes, everyone in the community and the health provider section has to be aware and be tuned into the signs and symptoms of depression. So I want to then really turn the question to Dr. Wong. Dr. Wong, you've been promoting really the attention on mental health, and particularly with dementia. So on both those, would you like to share experience, your work with mental health and dementia in China, and what the status of the situation, what kind of care has been provided, and what your experience during COVID? Over to you, Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, may I invite you to come online? So Dr. Wang, to turn on your audio video, you have to press the button that says request to speak. I'll move on, yeah? Okay. Well, perhaps while Dr. Wang is sorting out the technical business. I'll move on to the next question for Ms. Janice Cha. So Ms. Cha, you are from the private sector and been working for the last more than 10 years in the private sector on aged care. So not many people have made a business of aged care, but however, it's very important that we have more services and products for older people. So can you perhaps share your experience with us and how it has been to be an entrepreneur in the private sector working with older people in aged care? Janice, over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Marian Sao. It's a pleasure to be here today. So when I first joined the sector, I was a person who was working outside of the aged care sector, and I didn't study about care. My background is in media and communications, but what I had around me was everyone who was aging. And if you look all around us, every one of us has someone close to us that's aging. And that drove me to want to develop opportunities for more people like myself and more businesses out there to understand what is the future of aging. What's everyone doing out there around the world regarding creating a better life for older people? Quality of life, making older people happier as they grow older, age with purpose, age with health. And this resulted in creating a company, Aging Asia, that looked at all the different elder care models around the world so that we could change the future of aging. One day when I age, I would like to age in a different way from previous generations. And every generation has different ideas about aging. So, you know, the earliest value that all of us have grown up with in Asia about aging is filial piety. How can we look after our elders as they age? But this same value of filial piety, of wanting to look after people, makes us want to deliver too much care and look after older people too much in a bubble. And so many of the ideas that we see today in the private sector is about improving the value of filial piety and taking that on board, but also improving it further so that we have a new generation where we help older people to age with laughter. And aging with laughter means that we want to enable them to do things as they get older, be by their side to support them and not do things for them. And I think this is exactly how I would like to age in future, so that, you know, even if I become frail and I have some clinical care needs, I still want to be able to be empowered to live my own life. So in some of the research we've done, and looking at the most recent research published in 2020, the 4th Asia Pacific Silver Economy Business Opportunities Report, the Asia Pacific aging market value is estimated to hit US 4.56 trillion by 2025. And this is an increase of 43% from US 3.2 trillion in 2020. So looking at previous editions of the report, household savings figure continues to be the metric to estimate the capacity of an individual to purchase goods and services outside of their daily consumption needs. So that means that baby boomers in Asia Pacific is also going to be one of the biggest spenders in the new silver economy, driving a change in how we create new products, innovations, and services. Aging is not just one homogeneous market. It's an ecosystem of multi-industry and niche business opportunities that we can research, experiment, create market segmentations, and in-depth understanding of the customer perception of what is product value. And in this next lap of aging that will drive change, it's about how we can engage seniors to co-develop, co-design these services for us, for all of us. And the market value is positive despite COVID, because even during COVID-19 pandemic, I think it was a great opportunity for the private sector to see that many seniors are now technologically empowered and they can use telehealth, they can use more tech solutions. And it's because the whole world started teaching seniors how to use Zoom. And that's where it started, because just from this huge push and the demand for going online, this is going to allow the private sector a lot of excitement in creating more digital solutions for the aging population. And I think, you know, because of this, aging is definitely going to be a social and economic opportunity. across tourism, we're going to see more rehab tourism products emerge, where seniors may travel for extended periods of time so that they can improve their wellness. After post-surgery or post-cancer treatments, they may want a longer holiday period. So they're going to be looking for destinations around Asia, possibly, where they can stay for 3 months to 6 months to recuperate and to enjoy. And I think that's also driven by COVID-19 pandemic, where people are also slowing down to look at what are the opportunities out there and, you know, appreciating life a bit more. The other opportunities out there that will emerge is on the retail sector. How can we improve our retail environments where when we go and shop in shopping centers, are there enough chairs for seniors to sit down, toilets to sit down, are the aisles wide enough? Supermarkets, instead of being in the basement where we have to take an escalator to go down by one level, can we learn from Japan, where the supermarkets for seniors, senior communities are situated on ground floor, so that from the train station, it's a seamless walk to the supermarket. I think a lot of opportunities for cross-sector collaboration just comes from looking around us and thinking about how we want to age in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. So it sounds like there's a lot of opportunities in the silver industry, certainly in the aged care sector, but certainly even beyond in terms of travel and all that. I think up to this point, I think that many of the seniors in Asia Pacific have been living with a family. But however, as the families change and more older people live alone or choose to live just not with their children, and of course when the baby boomers come, they may have more income, more disposable income. So definitely there's a huge market here for aged care, as I mentioned, not just services, but also for travel, for housing, and so on and so forth. I think definitely there's some challenges in there, though, right? Because I think the previous session talked about lack of manpower, trained manpower, but to retain manpower in the care sector. And of course, you know, we would need more workers in that area, so that is definitely a challenge. And of course, equity. We know if you have, you know, people who are fairly wealthy might be able to access a range of service and products, and those who may not have. So I guess those are things that we still need to address. More service products, definitely more private sector involvement, but also have to make them affordable and accessible for all. Okay, so let me see if I can get back to Dr. Wong. Dr. Wong, may I invite you to come online now, Dr. Wong? Please remember to press a button to request speaking. Okay. Dr. Wong seems to be having some difficulty with the technology here. So maybe then we'll let me circle around back again to Dr. Kwan. Dr. Kwan, Janice just mentioned something about technology, ICT, and so forth. And of course, during COVID period, many of us, including myself, and we provide medical services, not able to invite the seniors in to be seen because we want to minimize exposure to infection risk. And of course, the whole online practice really blossomed. So what are your views about ICT in healthcare delivery? What are the benefits and certainly what some of the limitations can be? Can you please comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you that ICT has been increasingly important role in the healthcare sector and also for health for older people. Especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, people cannot access the healthcare because sometimes there's a kind of lockdown in the city, no transportation available, and also especially older people, they are afraid of being infected when they go out. So in that circumstances, kind of telehealth or teleconsultation, digital health has been proven to be an effective way to increase access to healthcare. And many countries in the region has been increasing the role of digital health in the sector. And actually, it is just the beginning. We can go even further, such that there are a large number of big size data, so-called big data. So we can combine various precious data from the healthcare utilization, but that is not enough. Data from genetics or data from lifestyle so-called live log data. So we can, if you combine those data, we can have a big data, and we can predict health and adopt a various effective prevention measures. So some high-income countries, they have developed artificial intelligence, like AI-based diagnosis, and this kind of big data approach has been effectively adopted in the development of precision medicines. So many pharmaceutical companies, they are developing a very targeted medicines. And this type of digital health framework can be adopted not only in healthcare, but also for elderly care or social care. So like smart care, and we have a various types of care assisting devices. It can reduce the burden, physical burden on the care workers, and we can go even further, like robots in many high-income countries. So, you know, our long-term vision related to this ICT or digital health framework is the so-called interconnected health and long-term care system. Because currently, people or older person, when they need healthcare, they should visit doctors, they should visit healthcare institutions, or they can even visit care facilities. But with the advancement of this type of ICT or digital health framework, all those services can be centered around a person, patient, or an old person. So old person doesn't have to be in a hospital, doesn't have to be in care facilities, because they stay at home, but with the help of various devices, they can be protected from falls, or whenever emergency is likely to happen, the message can be delivered to a facility, and they can immediately come to help. So this type of ICT telehealth will be an effective vehicle for the interconnected health and long-term care system. And this has been become even more important, and we better appreciate the importance of these types of technology during this COVID-19. However, there are also many challenges, especially for low-income country settings. First, there are many devices and technology, and are they all cost-effective? Some are, some are not. So we should have a very good technology assessment framework, and to test the cost effectiveness and cost effectiveness adoption, cost effectiveness of distribution. And also, many of those technologies, we should sometimes have a huge initial investment cost. Who will pay for this huge initial investment? I think government should play some important role. Otherwise, only those rich old people, only those who can afford to pay may be able to pay. Okay, so we need a good cost effectiveness analysis framework and think about how to bear the huge potentially initial cost. And again, I'd like to emphasize the equity issues. Okay, these precision medicines, like the devices, they are very costly. Okay, and if it is purely given to the market force, only those who can afford to pay, they can pay and they enjoy the benefits of this technology. So I'd like to emphasize that we should take into account the importance of equitable access to this new technology. And also, we are worried about digital literacy, because some, like an older person with lower education level, they may have difficulty in understanding those technologies and effectively using those technologies. So we should take care of this issue of digital literacy. And again, finally, this is a technology. Okay, and we are more this health and care sector. We need a good conversation conversation, coordination, communication between health and long-term sector and technology sector and industry sector. Sometimes because the people at technology and industry, they do not fully appreciate the uniqueness of health and long-term care sector. So we need a good, again, multi-sectoral approach and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan. Indeed, I think the whole COVID, one good thing was that it opened a whole window of how we can use technology to advance care. Definitely in urban centers, it makes it easier and more accessible for older people, but certainly in rural area whereby you have to travel long distances to reach healthcare, definitely having online presence and telehealth would make the reach of healthcare much better. And as you said, when you have a lot of data, you also have big data. The big data helps you plan for population health a lot better. But I also noticed what you said about the cost, because you don't want it to be the cost of access to technology create greater inequality and gap between those who can afford versus those who couldn't. And we have to relook at how we can make technology affordable and equitable within every nation. Okay, so I think we can now move back to Dr. Wong. Dr. Wong, can I invite you now to come online, and please just press the unmute button, just unmute. Thank you. Dr. Wong, can you please unmute? Well, we wait for Dr. Wong. Move on, yes. While we wait for, while Dr. Wong's trying to get on, I would just maybe fill in a few words about mental health. I think mental health in Asia is really overlooked. It's kind of true across the world, as already noticed by other speakers. But in Asia, certainly in Singapore context, some other ASEAN countries, the awareness of mental health issues is very low, both in older persons, healthcare providers, as well as the community and the family. And the lack of awareness of anxiety, depression, and signs of suicide is a really major issue. And of course, dementia is a huge issue that affects not just a person with dementia, but also the family caregivers. And this is something that all health systems we need to look at, not just the medical system, but certainly the social care system, and how the community and the family member come on board. And I think that one of the key things is really SU of healthcare is not only look at intervention, but go upstream to see how can help our older population build stronger resilience, so that when there's challenged by issues like COVID, they will have the emotional and the psychological resilience to deal with the impact of these factors on their emotional well-being. Well, let's move on. Well, it seems so. Unfortunately, Dr. Wong has some technical difficulties here. Can I return then to maybe Dr. Banerjee? So, Dr. Banerjee, from the WHO perspective, of course, the UN with WHO launched a decade on healthy aging. How would the countries be able to use the strategies and outlined in the decade of healthy aging to address the health concerns of older people? And how can the UN and WHO, other entities and regional partners help the countries in this implementation? Over to you, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you very much, and allow me to say something about the decade first. So the UN Decade for Healthy Aging really provides opportunities to work together to improve the health and well-being of older people by 2030, with older people, of course, being involved straight from the beginning. The report presents a 6-point pathway to optimize health and well-being with 4 actions, and these are, first of all, the need to change how we think, feel, and act towards age and aging, to ensure that communities foster older people's abilities, to deliver person-centered integrated care and services that respond to older people's needs, and finally, to provide access to long-term care for older people who need it. And the decade also has 4 enablers. First of all, listening to diverse voices and enabling meaningful engagement, so really pulling in the voices of older people. Also looking at nurturing leadership and capacity building. The third one is connecting various stakeholders around the world, and I think this question is really around that one. And finally, strengthening data research and innovation. Just to say that the Global Strategy and Action Plan on Aging and Health, on which the UN Decade is based, really also builds on the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. So working jointly should allow us to promote age-friendly communities, which are physical, social, and economic environments, both rurally and urban, that enable people with different capacities to age safely in place that is right for them, to be included and to participate, to develop personally and professionally, and to contribute to their communities while retaining their autonomy, dignity, health, and well-being. And I think many speakers have also highlighted the issue about lifelong learning, about still being economically active, etc., etc. And we've seen that communities that are actively working to be age-friendly have been able to reach and respond to the needs of older people during the pandemic as well by, for example, identifying who is at risk, by disseminating information, by meeting basic needs such as food, money, and medications. And we've seen how the community has supported older people in doing shopping for them so they're not at risk, etc. Also by putting in place mechanisms for social support and maintaining health and social care. And it is essential that older people are involved in the decision-making and goal-setting, whether it are their personal goals or those in the community, and that those goals are set and prioritized according to the person's value, needs, and preferences, and then developed into plans. So how can we join forces to create more age-friendly environments? First of all, as UN agencies, we have an interagency group on aging that meets regularly to jointly identify opportunities for action and strengthen our coordination between ourselves. And any UN agency can join us if they haven't joined us yet. So please feel to reach out. However, in order to strengthen the collaboration with other partners, we are setting up a collaborative that will include private sector engagement, that will include the academia, that will include civil society representation, and also representation from older people through an Older People's Council. We're already engaging with these different stakeholders, but wish to formalize this a bit more in order to have better coordination. And we also have a knowledge platform on aging that enables anybody, anywhere in the world, to find and share knowledge that can improve the lives of older people, their families, and communities. And anyone is welcome to subscribe to the platform so that you can share your own best practices and you can learn from others as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. It's very good to know that we actually, the systems, the UN system information is reachable to all of us. Being a practitioner myself, sometimes I always feel like the multilateral agencies are quite far away from what we do. We work with older people in the community and then everybody else making policy kind of high up there. And somehow, how do we connect and get access to those resources? So that's really good to hear that now we're able to, anyone can actually access that kind of resource, which is really, really very good. So we look forward to working more on that. Okay, so I'm going to come back to Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, may I invite you to come on now, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Welcome, Dr. Wang. Thank you. Very good. So, Dr. Wang, can I just, maybe we're running a little bit with type of time, so can I invite you to speak about maybe 5 minutes, but try to within 5 minutes share your deep understanding around mental health in China and around mental health, the status of mental health and dementia, and what we can learn from you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties. I think it's a demonstration that when people get old, they might feel more difficulties in getting access to technology. So sorry. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to this great event. I have learned a lot from previous panelists. And also I'm honored to share my perspective on mental health care and mental services for old adults in China. Yes, currently promoting old adults' health is very important, and mental health and well-being actually is one of the two key elements of health. So in China, currently the National Health Aging Agenda has listed promoting mental health and well-being as one of the priorities in this agenda. So that's very important. However, when we, I'm myself is a practitioner, I work for the people in clinics and also currently extend our service in communities. We observed that there are several key challenges in this field. First, the resources for continuous service is quite insufficient because we understand we usually try to deliver care from a continuous perspective, like not only for detection but also for long-term care. But currently, most of the services are not continued. For example, when the people seek health care in hospitals, they might not get sufficient social support and follow-up in communities. So we think that the service resources is quite insufficient. That's why in the last 2 decades, I tried my effort to educate communities and try to help them to provide continuous care. And second, the service and the support for old adults, especially for mental health care, are quite fragmented. For example, last year we had a preliminary survey among mental health care services team in the communities. Most of the services reported are focusing on mental health problems screening, for example, cognitive screening and depression screening. But the post-screening support was seldom provided. So that means the referral mechanism has not been well established between communities and hospitals. And also, when the people receive medical care, how they can be followed up in the communities, this kind of mechanism are not quite well developed. And the third is the families. Most of the families still choose to use home care. So old adults are usually supported at home. And currently, the community function has not been quite maximized. That means only big cities, they establish very good community support system. But in rural areas and in less developed cities, most of the old adults are underserved. So I agree with the previous panelists that the inequity has been a great challenge in this field. And the last, but not the least, is during the COVID-19, we found that actually the caregivers for old adults had expressed great concerns. For example, during the lockdown period, their lack of social support, they do not know where they can seek medical advice, they can seek like financial support, or where they can get like care resources. So we think that if we would like to address mental health needs for old adults, we definitely have to equally address the concerns of their caregivers. So that's why I think that currently it is crucial for us to optionalize the mental health plan. Although we have policy there, but how we can operationalize all these plans, that's a great task for us to tackle. And also in this field, we need a lot of research. And Dr. Sao, should I also continue to share some of the local practice? Okay. Yeah, sorry that I have to bring these two questions together. In the past years, we tried to, actually last year, we collaborated with WHO West Pacific Regional Office. We piloted social prescribing in communities. And we found that in this model, medical professionals, social care service providers, and link workers can collaborate and try to try to meet the demands of the person in old age and their caregivers. So in this model, old adults and their families are circles, and then the other service providers can work together and try to meet their demands. And the link workers within this circle is quite important because they need to be act as a bridge between medical care and the social care. So when we piloted the social prescribing in the communities, we found that quantitatively the performance of old adults improved significantly. And interestingly, we found that social support utilization is quite closely related with such benefit. So we think that probably social prescribing benefit the health outcome through the synergy with social support utilization, not only just like the hardware of social support, but the software of this. So that's utilizing social support is very important. We need to try to encourage the old adults to use resources in their environment. And we also found that qualitatively, we found that old adults reported they have a strong feeling of belonging to the community. And they found that their relationship with community staff become much more friendly than before. And they reported that they are more engaged in community activities. So this is very important, that trying to enhance social engagement for old adults is one of the effective strategies to improve mental health. So that's why I think that in the future, we need to try to encourage and explore the effectiveness of social prescribing in promoting old adults' mental health, like how we can adopt the whole of society approach, how we can integrate the different resources to promote mental health, and how we can try to get more sectors to be involved. So I think that I'll stop here and hope that my perspective would share. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. That was very, very informative. I think you raised some very important point. What has been the fragmentation of care, not just mental health across the entire healthcare spectrum. Hospitals do their own thing, primary care do their own thing, everybody does their own thing, and they don't talk to each other. And I think that continuity of care and lack of and reducing fragmentation is important, but particularly for mental health, which often, as a doctor myself, frequently it's not on the doctor's mind, and people, the whole health provider ecosystem does not think so much about the mental well-being of the people we serve. So I think that's really important to mention that point. The other point you brought up is actually the importance of self-care. Being able to get family members and caregivers and older persons be able to have the ability, the knowledge, and the support to enable them to take care of themselves and build that mental resilience. And the last part you mentioned is really the important about social prescribing. This is really something that really is important. I know that the National Health System in the UK actually now incorporate social prescribing into their primary care services because of the positive impact it has. And in Singapore, remember in 2015, we did a study in this community, and 53% of older people were socially isolated. The vast majority of them live with their families. They are lonely and within a crowd. And we all know that social isolation is very poor health outcome, more anxiety, more depression, more other illnesses, and they don't live as long. So social isolation is a very, very terrible situation. And social prescribing, integrating the social awareness in the health providers to know it's important to engage older people, to engage the family caregivers, get them to become part of the community is really empowering, and it really plays an important role in addressing their mental health. So I really want to thank you for that sharing. It's very, very, very useful. Thank you. And lastly, I think that we should be closing up soon. So one last question for Janice. And I think that many speakers are talking about the importance of integration. So for Janice, the question is, since you work with governments, you talk to a lot of providers, what do you see the space, the kind of collaboration between private sector and other players, like other stakeholders like government and nonprofit, can be advanced?
Great, thank you. I think the government players have a lot of health initiatives, health ambassador programs for seniors in the community. I think there's opportunities also to engage the corporate sector more, to get more participation from the human resource teams of each corporate sector, to look at seniors' health, jobs for seniors, meet career switches, and to make it almost as a HR pillar, because as we enter super aging societies, more and more seniors will be around us. In fact, it's going to be normal to have 75-year-olds working in the organization and still in good health. But we need to start early with the health initiatives and interventions, maybe from the age of 50. So across all corporates, I think we should have more policy initiatives where they are encouraged to look after their health earlier. And even if they want to look at it, and even if anyone in the organization wants to look at mid-career switches, we should also try to use HR to channel them into the care sector. And then also, of course, job creation for seniors. And seniors can also become corporate health ambassadors. I think there's a lot of government-led initiatives where there's a lot of community health ambassadors. I would like to see more corporate health ambassadors appearing in each organization to support the initiatives of the government sectors too. So I think in this way, there can be more collaborations there. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. I think you raised a very important point, is health is not just about medical care. Health is actually about people living an engaged life, right? Be able to learn throughout have lifelong learning, be able to socially engage, not be socially isolated, be able to work and have meaningful, purposeful, fairly paid work. This is another frontier that I think we need to tackle, because at this point, most older people actually want to work, but employers are not necessarily always playing ball in terms of offering opportunities for employment or retaining older workers. So I just want to say that, really the health of older people is very broad. So thank you very much on that. So I think at this moment, we would like to maybe pause our conversation with the panelists and start a Q&A session. I can see that Ms. Momoko Abe from Japan Center for International Exchange, you have the floor now. Thank you. Ms. Abe, you're in the room, right?
Yes. Hi, thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Yes.
For the moderation, and thank you for all the organizers, and we are thrilled to be here in Bangkok. I belong to the Japan Center for International Exchange, JCIE. We are a non-governmental, non-partisan foreign affairs institute with a long history of work on traditional and non-traditional security issues and cross-sectoral collaboration on policy issues as well. And since 2017, we have been conducting a program on healthy and active aging in Asia, working in cooperation with the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, known as AREA, under the auspices of the Japanese government's Asia Health and Wellbeing Initiative, widely known as AWIN. So we are here today to represent sort of like the civil society side of working for active aging in Asia. So the goal of the AWIN initiative is to create vibrant and healthy societies where people can enjoy long and productive lives, and to contribute to the region's sustainable and equitable development, as well as economic growth. Drawing on the lessons learned in Japan, we are the most aged country in the world. We aim to review and share elements of Japan's experience with aging that could benefit other countries, and at the same time promote mutual learning and understanding within the region. Through this initiative, we also facilitate policy research and dialogues on healthy aging, care for older persons, and other relevant issues that benefit from a regional approach. And one of our key initiatives is the Healthy Aging Prize for Asian Innovation, which we launched in 2020, seeking to recognize and amplify innovative policies, programs, services, and products that address the challenges facing aging societies, so as to help extend the healthy and meaningful lives and also improve the provision of care to older adults. So through this program, by sharing lessons from East and Southeast Asia, we hope to contribute to the international movement and to meet the objective of the MIPA, to advance health and well-being into old age and enabling and supportive environments. One comment I would like to make is that, as we are all aware, Asia is a diverse region with numerous cultures and ethnicities, which are closely tied to social values that can determine how families provide care for older persons. So given that, we feel it is really important to identify good practices conducted in the region, and we feel our role is to facilitate the process of inspiration and mutual learning within the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abe. As a matter of fact, I know that there's a network of civil society actors within Southeast Asia. So we're interested in mutual learning and how we can work collectively to advance the well-being of older people. So perhaps we can look forward to working with JCIE on that. You also raised an interesting point about, you kind of implied that a thing about the culture in Asia, and generally speaking, the tradition of a family providing care. And I would just like to flag that actually, as time goes on, increasingly, women have fewer children, the families are smaller, women are working. So to depend only on family for care is actually probably not realistic. As my experience has been that when someone has a stroke or something like that, as a matter of fact, it happened to one of our older people recently. It was a grandmother, very vibrant. She was taking care of the family, cooking for 13 people, taking care of the babies so the daughters and the sons can go to work. And one day, grandma had a stroke. And that family totally went to chaos because instead of having grandma taking care of everything at home, now grandma needs care. And that family, luckily, we were able to get to them, provide support very early on, help them organize the care because the family was so stressed. The daughter was firstly feeling very terrible because mother was sick. Secondly, she was actually feeling angry that she felt abandoned by her mother because now how is she going to cope? And lastly, because she just really didn't know what to do. And we find that when you get care support to them early, they will continue to provide whatever care they can. But we don't provide care to them quickly enough, that family usually goes to chaos and becomes so stressed that before you know it, the older person in a nursing home. So I think that in that regard, I think it's important for us to recognize that family care can only go so far, even in the Asia context, that we need to provide support for them, particularly when there's a health crisis at home. Okay, so moving on, we actually have a list of quite a lot of speakers want to speak. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. John Stocker from Council on the Aging. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Stocker. You're on Kudo.
Good afternoon. Thank you on behalf of the Council on the Aging for the opportunity to make a statement to the meeting today. CODA Queensland is a non-government organisation that advocates on behalf of older Queenslanders. The Australian Government response to the voluntary national survey was very comprehensive and created the impression of substantial progress having been made since MIPA was adopted in 2002. However, from the perspective of many older Australians, a lot more work needs to be undertaken across many aspects of our society before Australia can be considered a truly age-friendly country. In Australia, we are fortunate to have a health system staffed by highly qualified professionals who can access leading medical technology. However, these carers are handicapped by the current lack of capacity in Australia's public hospital system. The media shows on an almost daily basis images of ambulances queued for many hours waiting for patients to be admitted. There is no guarantee that those experience a serious medical episode will have a paramedic arrive to administer aid. And having experienced 2 major heart attacks myself, I know what a scary time that is. Those most at risk are those 65 and over, who nationally comprise 21% of emergency department presentations. While COVID and influenza are placing additional demand on hospital capacity, there were capacity issues pre-COVID. The Queensland Government announced last week it would invest an additional $9.78 billion over 6 years to increase bed capacity. However, it will take 5 years at least before any of these new beds become available. In recent years, public focus has been on aged care reform, and given the distressing information that emerged during the Royal Commission into Aged Care, this is understandable. The quality and safety of aged care and the aged care workforce have fully occupied the attention of the Commonwealth Government. The broader objective of enabling active and healthy ageing in Australia has fallen from sight. The Australian healthcare system is complex both in its operation and structure, given that it is funded and managed across multiple levels of government. The older health consumer often finds our health system to be confusing and difficult to navigate. If you have a low income and are dependent upon the public system, it can be hard to get timely access to treatment due to long wait times. Many seniors pay for private medical insurance to enable prompt treatment, despite the large financial impact this has on their limited budgets. Those over 65 can be prevented from accessing vital healthcare due to ageist government policy. For example, under the National Disability Insurance Scheme, a person under 65 years of age who is diagnosed with motor neuron disease can access 24/7 care. However, if diagnosed when 65 and over, you are not covered by NDIS. Instead, you are funded through the aged care system that will provide you with only 2 hours of care per day. Encouraging and facilitating the growth of age-friendly communities in Queensland is about enabling the development of environments that support all aspects of living in a community that is fully integrated and mutually supportive to ensure that community members can live active and healthy lives. COTA Queensland is advocating for a more age-friendly and integrated Australian health system that enables a person to be at the centre of care throughout their lifespan, despite their age and financial situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Docker, for bringing up some important point about aging well is beyond just healthcare, but also creating a very age-friendly and supportive environment overall. Now, I also like to invite Mr. Franklin Quijano from the Philippines. Mr. Quijano, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you that there are lots of learning. They're beginning to.
Mr. Quijano, you have to unmute, please.
I'm sorry. It's already unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. Are you unmuted?
I am unmuted. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm unmuted.
The volume's a bit low.
Oh. This is actually a technical issue. We're doing it well here. Maybe I'll pass and then wait for my turn.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this is better. Maybe you can just up your volume on your side. Thank you.
A moment. Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is better. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I'm looking at things from the point of view of being an implementer, and I'm very glad that these sessions have defined to us the norms by which countries and even actors to help the seniors would be able to follow. For instance, the Philippines have been very compliant in terms of policies and programs. And so we are saying that in the Philippines, we already have a government institution that takes care of the senior citizens, and it is a single body under the office of the president. Also, we are compliant in the sense that we have a universal health care system. And but even saying so, the challenge is really how we would be able to implement the norms that we are actually defining in our governmental system as well. And so let me perhaps deal with the issue of the senior citizens being given attention to. And I'd like to say that the concern raised by the moderator over the mental health is not just valid, but really one of the primordial concerns, especially with the COVID pandemic. But making a step backwards, I realized that one important thing that our country has to really do is to conduct regular physical and mental examination of all senior citizens. I'm not sure if the other countries are doing it, but I realize that if each and every senior citizen, each and every older person will have a regular checkup, we may be able to address the concerns of health in a manner which will be sustainable. And therefore, looking at it from the regularity, I realize that there is a space component in this. Using the pandemic, the COVID pandemic as an example, we saw that at the early onset of the pandemic, it was only the center of the country which was capable of doing the diagnostics on whether a patient has COVID or not. And can you imagine a one big country with only the center being able to make diagnostics? And so the demand is really to bring all the delivery systems, and that means technology, in all corners of our country. In fact, I would say that the health system is one parameter in trying to define whether a country is developed or underdeveloped. Of course, through time, we were able to respond, and our diagnostic centers have also been spread all over. But we are saying that this is now the challenge that the implementers are facing, and that is how to integrate the primary, secondary, and tertiary, how to bring all these implementing programs in terms of the healthcare and the social care, and being conscious about it. We hope that the experiences that all these countries are doing may be able to be brought into champion programs, so which we can call health and productive aging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You brought some very important point, which is that to mobilize resources, we cannot only rely on the medical system. We must also mobilize community resources. And in what when our organization was like to talk about the most appropriately trained, least cost personnel, and oftentimes they can be done by somebody in the community or a trained community health worker in place of a nurse or social worker or something like that. So I think mobilizing community resource and connecting the resource to integrating what resource that the community can bring in terms of early detection, in terms of early intervention to some level, and refer them to the appropriate services in the system is really important. So thank you for that. And I think, conscious of time, we have one last speaker, Ms. Mala Kapoor from Development Welfare Research Foundation. Ms. Mala Kapoor, can I invite you to have the floor, but perhaps just 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, respected moderator. And I'm very happy that this session went off very well, very enriching. And what I have liked most is that how we have expanded the notion of health to cover different aspects which are very important, and these become extremely relevant and pertinent because we have to look at it from a quality of life issues. You see, the health has to come from within. I mean, we talk of governments doing programs, providing geriatric medical care and all, which is very good, and we cannot undermine the importance of this. But a lot of it has to come and has to be enhanced from a grassroots level, where the communities, the older people themselves, families, have to realize the significance of health from a very wider and a broader perspective, not just absence of certain diseases or illnesses, but rather, and I like this WHO concept and something which I'm also promoting through my NGO Development, Welfare and Research Foundation, is the happiness component, which is to give stability to your mind, to your body, and to work towards making it as a rich resource. And this becomes extremely important, especially we saw during the pandemic time, that when people could relate and control their emotions, could control their feelings, could control their desire to cope with circumstances, there was a different element of reaction and coping, which was very important. And here I also want to lastly also say that as part of my other NGO, International Network for Prevention of Elder Abuse, of which I'm the Asia representative, I find that a lot of abuse which is taking place while it's happening through families and communities and so forth, but a lot of it can be overcome not by so many facilities at the community level, but by people's own desire to keep away from certain issues which cause distress, which cause difficulty for them to live. And if they can mentally prepare themselves by becoming strong, resilient people, they can cope so much better. And in this regard, I would like to also share that, and I would encourage contributions to two of my forthcoming books. One is on mental health dimensions for older people, and the other is prioritizing mental health. And this is with two big federation and world associations. So I think it's time we need to look at health not in a limited way, but talk of it in terms of the well-being, in terms of making ourselves strong to cope, and not only at older age, but from a younger age. So we need a life course perspective. Schools, colleges all need, communities need to spread this word of health from a broader perspective so that we start with our life in this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kapoor. And that's a very good way of rounding up. I would say that looking back in 2002, when I participated in the first Madrid discussion to now, one big difference is, in fact, how we think about health and health care. In those days, we used to think about health care as medical care, and medical care being hospital care. And now, obviously, the thinking is much broader to know that health care is actually a very much broader spectrum. Even within the health system, it's really looking at primary care connected, of course, a continuum to hospital and long-term care. We're not there yet in reality, but I think the thinking is certainly there. And on top of that, there's a lot of increasing awareness that should be integration across the spectrum from community to hospital, long-term care, and back home, to cross the health and social divide, not to have health care and social care not connected, so integrate health and social care. We also think about now increasing after COVID, the positive lessons that we have, the increasing use and acceptability of technology, which can hopefully bridge some of the issue with manpower issues with long-term care without compromising the human touch, but be able to use technology to address needs of a manpower shortage. And on the other end is to move away from medical intervention to prevention, how to keep people healthy over the life course, and how can we use technology for that purpose as well. And I think that there are a lot of resources. WHO has the Decade for Healthy Aging that actually provides a lot of resources that all of us, from governments always down to practitioners, can access, which is marvelous. And of course, we recognize that the private sector has an important role to play as well, as Janice has highlighted. And lastly, I think Dr. Wong, while she had some difficulty getting online, had made some really important point about really looking at fragmentation. The health system, social care system being fragmented is one of the most expensive mistakes for us, because without integration, people fall through a crack. Sometimes they walk 99 steps to miss one, and people still have very poor outcome. So integration across the prevention of fragmentation, and taking a systems approach to look at how we deliver health and care is really important. And lastly, the notions of truly integrating social care by using social prescription to recognize that people with health is beyond medical care, that it's not just physical care, it's also mental health. Mental health is how we lead our life, how we participate in the community, how older people have opportunity to do so, including work. So at this moment, I think we will conclude. We have no more speakers, so that's very good. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for their contribution and all the active participation by the delegates. We will be breaking for lunch. At the moment, I think this is pretty much it. This concludes the session on the deliberations under Agenda 3B on the advancement of health and well-being into older age. So back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Sao, and all the distinguished panelists for the lively discussion. It has again been one of the best sessions with thought-provoking ideas and revisiting issues that we have all been talking about. And I think one of the most important areas we have discussed at length is the area of the universal coverage of health care, especially with inclusion of mental care into essential care and the continuum of care. An integrated, preventative, multi-sectoral, affordable, accessible healthcare system. This is what we kept hearing. And with the services, and also with the services, we're talking about services such as housing services, transportation services, accessibility to these services, a wider understanding. One of the areas that was quite interesting to listen to is the whole, which we have not touched much, the climate change and its impact on health of older persons. I think so little is known about this, but especially is there a gender disparity on climate change and its impact on health. With COVID, one of the things we experienced in the Maldives is in 2020, we would take everybody who was positive to the facilities. And for the older generations, the loneliness, the fear, it was really paramount. So this is again, one area that may have led to the mental health issues that followed with suicidal and thoughts and loneliness, lack of sleep. These are all areas we saw. Creating an environment where community and older persons are empowered to take greater control of their health. Again, a very important issue for discussion, which needs a lot more engagement across countries to share best practices and to see best practices, to visit and to see and share. These are important things. One issue that was not touched, which I would like to say a few words about, is not an issue with the people who have aged at the moment, but who are to be aged. And in 10, 20, 30 years, substance users in our areas, and Maldives has a big issue with substance users at the moment. What happens when they become the caretakers of the elderly? What are we going to do in this huge spectrum of the continuum of care to address their mental health and their health issues in order for them to become better people who could look after their parents who are now in their 50s or 60s. So with that, let me conclude the morning session. Once again, thank you so very much, Dr. Sao and the all distinguished panelists. May I encourage the distinguished delegates to join a side event scheduled over the lunch break. It will start at 12:30, and this is about demographic dividend and silver economy. I would also like to request that we all meet back at 2 o'clock here. Let me invite the secretary of the meeting to make housekeeping announcements, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today we are very pleased to inform you that there will be the side event on the demographic dividend and the silver economy, which is co-organized by UNFPA Asia and the Pacific Regional Office, the Embassy of Japan and Thailand, the Ministry of National Development of the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment of the Government of India, and HelpAge International. The side event is being held from 12:30 to 1:45. For the participants who are with us in the room, you can observe the side event in meeting room MRA, and you can observe and participate from there if you wish. Please refer to the ESCAP meeting website to click on the side event tab if you want to dial in and observe it virtually. I also would like to inform you that right after the closing, we will show you a short video. It's a video we produced for this meeting. It's an overview of MIPA. So we invite you to stay around for another 5 minutes to observe the video, which will be shown right after the closing. Also, may we remind delegates who have not checked their names on the meeting's website to please do so that your names are correctly reflected in the procedural report of the meeting. If you find any discrepancies, please inform the Secretariat as soon as possible. Please enjoy your lunch and the side events, and the meeting will resume at 2 p.m. Madam Chair, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I ask that you return to this meeting by 2. A gentle reminder to be prompt, because we still have 2 more thematic discussions before us. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Today, the majority of the world's older persons reside in Asia and the Pacific, where population aging is occurring at an unprecedented pace. Older persons, those aged 60 plus, comprise 14% of the region's population in 2021, the majority of which are women. By 2050, the figure is expected to rise to 25%, or 958 million people, with women again being in a majority. Population aging is a consequence of successful socioeconomic development across the region. It results from declining fertility and increased longevity, leading to a rise in the relative size of older age groups, while the proportion of younger age groups declines. A longer life brings opportunities, not only for older persons and their families, but also for societies as a whole. Older persons contribute in many ways to families and communities as caregivers, or experienced and knowledgeable members of the workforce. Yet challenges also exist, including rising healthcare costs, shrinking proportions of working-age populations, aging labor forces, slower economic growth, and risks of poverty among older persons due to a lack of social protection. Opportunities and challenges can be harnessed and addressed with the right policies, such as those aligned to the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, MIPA, the key guiding global document on population aging. The aim of MIPA, adopted in 2002 in Spain at the Second World Assembly on Aging, is ensuring persons everywhere can age with security and dignity, with continued participation in societies as citizens with full rights. MIPA has 3 priority directions: older persons and development, advancing health and well-being into old age, and ensuring enabling and supportive environments. Implementing MIPA complements implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and achievement of its Sustainable Development Goals. These goals, for example, those related to poverty, health, gender equality and decent work, matter to older persons. Moreover, age and sex disaggregated data are cross-cutting. MIPA builds on earlier global guiding documents on population and sustainable development, such as the 1982 Vienna International Plan of Action on Aging, the 1994 Programme of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, and the 1995 Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action. At the regional level, guiding strategies and documents, such as the Incheon Strategy to Make the Right Real for Persons with Disabilities in Asia and the Pacific, and the 2013 Asian and Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Population and Development are closely linked to MIPA. More recently, the Global 2030 Agenda, adopted in 2015, and the 2021 to 2030 United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging recognize the importance of MIPA and its core messages. Regular global and regional reviews and appraisals of MIPA help identify region-specific good practices, challenges and gaps, emerging priority areas, action points, and policies. They are the basis for revising existing and drafting new policies and action plans. The Asia-Pacific Fourth Review and Appraisal of MIPA will be convened in 2022 and inform the 2023 Global Review. COVID-19 and access to universal healthcare, climate change, the future of work, and technology are major challenges and emerging issues. In preparation for this regional review, national reviews are taking place, facilitated by an ESCAP-developed survey and monitoring tool, as well as consultations with member states and diverse stakeholders, including older persons. Given the scope, scale, and impact of population aging in the region, it is time to move from declarations to concrete action. Let us work together to build upon these reviews and create societies for all ages.
Thank you, everyone. This is the time to end the test run. Let me hand over the floor back to the chair. Wendy, would you mind clicking request to speak to be waiting on the list?
Excellencies, distinguished delegate, welcome back to the meeting room. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. I call this meeting to order. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will continue with agenda item 3C, ensuring enabling and supportive environments. Distinguished delegates, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your trust bestowed in me to serve as one of the vice chairs of this meeting. I now have the honor to invite Ms. Wendy Walker, Chief Social Development Thematic Group, Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department, ASEAN Development Bank, to introduce the panelists and moderate the discussion. Ms. Walker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor to moderate this third roundtable discussion on ensuring enabling and supportive environments. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Wendy Walker, and I'm the Chief of the Social Development Thematic Group at the Asian Development Bank. I'm very pleased to be here today to be able to moderate this roundtable discussion. ADB's overarching Corporate Strategy 2030 recognizes the need to work with member states across the region to adapt to population aging as a matter of urgency. We are in the process of assessing how an organization such as ADB can respond across our different sectors, from transport to urban and rural development to health and education and social protection, and engage with countries in the region across these different dimensions. I'm very pleased to moderate and learn from the roundtable today, which will explore how different environmental domains can help older persons. We will explore the social, digital, physical, and legal environments and highlight some of the emerging good practices, lessons learned, and key gaps in developing and enabling supportive environments. So we have a wonderful panel today to take us through these different dimensions, and I'd like to quickly introduce them. We have Ms. Thuy Tran, who's the Country Director for HelpAge International in Vietnam, Ms. Atsuko Okuda, the Regional Director for the International Telecommunication Union, Asia and Pacific, Ms. Christine Young, she's a board member of the International Federation on Aging and chairperson of the Local Government Professionals Western Australia Network of Age-Friendly Communities, Mr. James Harrison, from the Centre for Architectural Education at the University of College Cork in Cork, Ireland, and Professor Andrew Byrnes, who's an emeritus professor at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. I will ask each of you an initial question, panelists, and then a follow-up. So please try to keep to the time so that we will have a chance for questions and answers at the end. So with no further ado, let me start right away with Thuy, who's been leading very important work on the development of intergenerational self-help clubs in Vietnam. These clubs support healthy aging, livelihoods, and social interaction. Thuy, I hope that you're there. So can you start off by sharing with us the model of intergenerational self-help clubs in Vietnam and how they contribute to building societies for all ages. Over to you, Thuy.
Thank you, Wendy. The intergenerational self-help clubs, or in short, is the ISSC model, was piloted in Vietnam in 2006. And due to its attractiveness and long-lasting benefits, the ISSC model is very much welcomed by both younger and older people, and communities and the government. And thus, the number of ISSC has rapidly increased to nearly 4,000 now in almost of the provinces in the country. And through the years, the model has clearly shown to be one of the best way to contribute to enabling environment for all ages. And that's why now the ISSC model becomes the national target of the government in the National Plan of Action on Older People 2021-2030. So what is the ISSC? It is a community-based development organization established at village, grassroots level. It has 50 to 70 members per each club, and majority, around 70% of them, are older persons, women, and socially and or economically disadvantaged. So ISSC aims to create opportunities for their members, both young and old, to improve the well-being of themselves and continue to the community development. A typical ISSC has at least 8 core areas of activities based on the top needs of their members and communities. These are: 1, social exchange and cultural performance; 2nd, the food and income security; 3rd, health care; and 4th, community-based care; 5th, community development; and 6th is a lifelong learning; and 7, right and entitlement. And the last one is a resource mobilization to ensure the financial sustainability of the model. So, how the ISSC contribute to building a society for all ages? First, the ISSC is inclusive of young and old, men and women, poor and non-poor, and people of different backgrounds to support each other. Second, it creates a platform where each and every member, regardless of their age, gender, or background, can join together, interact with each other to reduce loneliness or isolation, and mobilize possible local resources and have opportunities to improve their health status, food and income security, and very important, to encourage in the social participation so that they can improve their well-being. And third is promote the understanding and mutual support among the community members, and help them, and thus help the strengthen community solidarity and social bonding and linkages. It helps address the issues of ageism. Through the ISSC activities, many people in the communities have changed their mindset about older people, and even the mindset of the older people themselves. And lastly, it promotes the voice, the dialogues and interaction between the ISSC and local communities and authorities and service providers relating to the matters that concern of the life of both young and older people in the communities. That's why, because of all the reasons above, the Vietnam has just recently approved the second phase of the ISSC replication project in the country that allows the country to spread the model more widely. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can just follow up immediately, Thuy, with that, to probe a little bit further into the very interesting and excellent example from Vietnam. The program is now adopted nationwide. You said it's over 4,000 and it's now going into its second phase of scaling up. So how were you able to mobilize support from other stakeholders, including the private sector and local and international level for the intergenerational self-help clubs?
I think first, the ISSC model needs to be strong and attractive itself. The model should meet the needs and the wants of the people first, the communities, and the country. Second, there should be a very clear evidence of the model benefits for their members and communities, the evidence how it can contribute to realization of government and other stakeholders' priorities, such as social protection, health and care, poverty reduction, and building the new rural development program in Vietnam, and promotes community solidarities. And third, it should be sufficient investment in branding and marketing initiatives so that the model can be known more to the different stakeholders. And once they are aware of the benefit of the models, then they are willing to support. I mean, the stakeholders here is not just only the government or private sectors or the mass organization in Vietnam, but also the communities member and also the older people, the young people themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Thuy. Excellent points, and that triple at the end on developing a sustainable model, creating the evidence base, and then generating sufficient investment to really help things to be sustainable is very important. Thank you. Now I'd like to move on to our next speaker, Ms. Atsuko Okuda. Are you there, Ms. Okuda?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great, thank you. Access to services and engagement in economic and social life is increasingly reliant on digital technology. How can digital and information communication technology support the livelihoods and well-being of older persons in a positive way? And how can we work to address dimensions of digital exclusion, such as digital literacy, affordability, and access?
Thank you for this very important question. When we talk about the digital technologies and connectivity for older people, there are always opportunities and challenges. For example, we believe that, and it was demonstrated under the COVID lockdown, that the digital technologies could provide the alternatives to essential social and economic services to a number of people, including to older people in society when the movements were restricted. For example, government services could be provided online together with e-learning, e-health, and other e-commerce related activities. So that was proven to be essential to maintain the normal functions of society, and in particular for older people who have additional conditions such as limited ability to move, and those living in remote and rural areas would have benefited even more because of the access to digital connectivity. And of course, that will allow the older people who have access to the internet to be connected with families and relatives and to undertake different types of, for example, activities related to health, related to the finance, which is very important for older people, and to manage their personal matters online. However, it comes with the challenges, and I believe that this is something that we need a special prioritization among all of us. That includes access. I mentioned yesterday in my statement that increasingly there is a generational gap in terms of the number of internet users among the youth and the others. Additionally, there is a growing gap in terms of the digital skills and digital literacy. That includes the safety and security on how to use the internet services in a safe manner. And from the society and government point of view, I believe that there has to be relevant and dedicated digital services that address the needs of the older people. Yesterday, I was talking to some of the participants after the session that we all witness how older people struggle to maintain, for example, a personal computer at home. We believe that it is too complex for some of them to maintain different accounts and passwords and understand the security upgrades, for example. So the system and devices has to be simple yet secure for them to engage meaningfully online. And we need, including the ICT community, should pay more attention to the needs of the older people. And additionally, I believe that we should have a support mechanism so that older generation could feel comfortable seeking help, and this help is embedded in their community and social environment. And as I said, I don't want to repeat the numbers that I shared with everyone, but in Asia and the Pacific, there are already initiatives from the government and private sector to address some of these challenges. For example, New Zealand government has allocated funds to train up to 4,700 older people in digital skills over the next 3 years. In Singapore, Singtel has been upgrading community centers with internet access and tablets, and the staff volunteer on one-on-one basis provide digital skills training to older people. And I believe that these initiatives should be reviewed, of course, and wherever applicable, replicated to the countries which are interested in. So in conclusion, we will be able to tackle, of course, the exclusion of older people from digital services and benefits. But I believe that we need a prioritization and multi-stakeholder partnership to address the needs and digital requirements of older people with sufficient funds and budget. And I hope that they can be translated into concrete action at local and community levels. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Okuda, for really underlining the critical importance of the digital infrastructure as the basic, as a big part of the basic backbone of this enabling and supportive environments for older persons, and some of the good practices that are emerging. Hope that we can also start documenting many other of the initiatives in the region, and so people can learn from each other. Thank you. Now let me turn to Ms. Christine Young, who's been supporting the planning and development of a network of age-friendly communities in Australia. Ms. Young, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Wendy, thank you.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So Christine, can you please tell us more about the model of age-friendly communities? What do they aim to achieve? How are they developed? And can you also highlight some examples of elements of age-friendly communities that you or your colleagues have been bringing to reality?
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. So an age-friendly community is one that really fosters active and ageing, and it supports people as they age in whatever environment and where they live. So the concept of age-friendly communities was developed by the World Health Organization in 2007, following a pilot project that involved over 30 communities around the world that tested the methodology. In 2010, the WHO established the global network of age-friendly cities and communities. And since this time, there's over 1,300 communities and representing, or from 47 countries involved in this way of working. There are 18 affiliate members to that network, and they include subnational, national, regional, and international organisations or bodies. So the approach really involves identifying 8 domains, which are really key elements that impact the quality of life of older people. And these include housing, transportation, outdoor spaces and buildings, community support and health services, civic participation and involvement, employment, communication and information, social participation and respect and social inclusion. And critical to working is the engagement of older people, and their views are sought on each of these domains. And from this consultation, plans are able to be built and actions developed. The United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging also identifies age-friendly environments as an action area. So the last two presentations or speakers, we've heard some great examples, which I would call age-friendly examples. They sound really fabulous. So we often say it's good to start with a scan of what's happening now, because lots of things are happening in many places that could be deemed age-friendly. It's common for municipalities or local communities to have existing plans or approaches, and it's good to look at these to see what sort of considerations are happening now for older people. So as an example, with the planning of public spaces, is there already good seating provided? Is there access to toilets? Is there good pedestrian networks that older people can use? Is the public transport accessible? These sorts of elements are all age-friendly. In Australia, I'll give you a couple of examples. There's an example of which is probably quite unique, around the idea of men's sheds, which are spaces where older men gather to come together to meet, and they may repair or they may make, small items. But the big benefit of this is around the social impact and the benefit to their mental health. Another example, which is quite common in many places, is this idea of mall walking or mal walking in large shopping complexes, where older people might gather early in the morning before the shops are open for a walk and some mild exercise, and again, a chance to actually connect with each other. There's a lot of great work being done through libraries and around IT or digital literacy, and certainly there's lots of targeting of older people, as was mentioned in New Zealand and Australia, and I know in Singapore and also other places, where older people are given tutorials and lessons around the use of various digital devices. Telehealth or telemedicine, which really appeared with COVID, has really benefited older people who have access to technology in terms of being able to reach out to medical professionals. And the last example I'll give is one of memory cafes, which again are quite popular but quite cost effective. So they're cafes that make themselves available to host older people with dementia and their carers who can come together in a nice supportive environment and meet and perhaps get information. And the idea is that they would purchase their own refreshments. So it's a very, cost-effective way of bringing people together in terms of being able to support each other. So there's just a snapshot of a few, examples. Thank you, Wendy.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful set of examples, and also the outlining the process on thinking very comprehensively across those 8 domains, but also building from what you have, strengthening and building up from there. Can I follow on with the other question, which is, can you explain more about the process that you've been engaged with in the planning of age-friendly communities? Where do you start? And what have been some of the key takeaways and lessons on what works and what doesn't?
Thank you. So the key part of the process is really the engagement with the older people. It's also helpful to involve carers where appropriate and service providers of older people services. And this can look in a whole range of ways, of simply meeting with older people, hosting workshops and forums, the use of surveys or online surveys. But the aim is really to hear the voice of older people in regard to those domains, and asking that question of what's working well against each of those and what are challenges or opportunities for improvements. It can be useful to look at existing groups of older people that already come together as a good starting point to begin that engagement. But we also say it's really important to try and engage with those people who perhaps lack the resources to be able to participate in this manner usually. So it is about also looking at trying to be as inclusive as possible. The engagement then informs the planning that you may develop for your community, and we've also found it's useful to then identify the priority domains and to have, a set of actions against those that you can work towards. Age-friendly work usually rests with municipalities or local government, so it's critical to get support from community leaders and the mayors of those places, as well as senior staff. There's also good opportunities for NGOs to collaborate with such municipalities as well. There's very good guidance from the WHO Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, including mentoring programs which they have run. I think some of the, key learnings and takeaways is that if we are serious to address, the challenges and the opportunities of our ageing populations in this region, then the model of age-friendly which is evidence-based and already used in over 1,300 communities, is a really good start. Using this model, I've noticed too, across countries, that it really does help bring people together because we begin to speak the same language. Even though we may have different issues under each of those domains, we can relate and share experiences. As I said earlier, it's really important to look at what's already happening and look at ways to encourage collaboration between municipalities and NGOs and other groups, because collaboration, I think, really supports sustainability of any programs that may be instigated as a result of that particular planning. It's also really helpful to develop networks of support for those communities using age-friendly practices where we can support and learn from each other. And networks can be local or regional or even, as I've mentioned, the global network. The network I belong to in Western Australia comes together at least 2 to 3 times a year for forums which really share information about age-friendly practice and challenges, and it's a good venue for being able to support one another. And as I said, the global network has many examples of diverse communities using this approach in a whole range of ways. I think lastly, I'll just finish up by saying that age-friendly communities really benefits older people, but it also benefits the wider environment, because as we make things more accessible, they're more accessible for everyone. So thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. That's a wonderful way to end. I think that's a really important point to make. Age-friendly community is really a community for everybody, and inclusive design is a big part of that. Thanks also for highlighting the importance of stakeholder collaboration and the critical role of municipalities in helping to drive this process and local governments. We have many examples now all over the world through the WHO network, but also a growing number of examples in Asia and Pacific. So hope that with people listening, you get some ideas from some of the examples that are being given, and also go to some of the resources like the WHO website on age-friendly cities, which is very helpful entry point in the mentoring program. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Now, thank you. We will continue on with the domain on environment and shift to Mr. Jim Harrison. Jim has enormous experience in the region on advocating for and putting into practice universal design. And this is a critical element of developing healthy, age-friendly, and accessible environments for all. Jim, are you there? And if you are, can you please turn on your camera and mic?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Yes, as you say, universal design is a passion. It accords with internationally accepted standards, and particularly with human rights conventions on non-discriminatory environments for the most diverse range of user abilities. The advantage of universal design in the built environment, it is inclusive, not limited to providing access only for persons with disabilities. When the needs of the ever-increasing aging population are included in the picture, it's really no longer necessary to justify the provision of accessible environments through statistics on how many disabled users would feel the benefit. Now everyone can enjoy these, often at less cost because we're not duplicating things. I did ask for an illustration to be put up. I know it's possible to put up illustration 1, which is a little cartoon I used to show that these, yes, that would be a typical accessible environment, if you like, but it's discriminatory, it separates people. So where an environment is designed to include the widest range of abilities, it also removes the discrimination and the stigma that's often attached to the disabled and allows the individual independence to continue to participate in their community for as long as they wish, alongside their family and their neighbours, rather than having to take a separate route or go around the back door, as quite often happens. The principles of universal design were defined back in 1985. There are 7 principles, and the 2 which are most appropriate are, one is that we have size and space for approach. In other words, we can get a wheelchair, or people don't bang their heads, and so on, or low physical effort. But there's an 8th goal, I think, which I've identified, that of safety. Now, safety should be implied in any kind of design, but particularly around where elderly people are using an environment. And once designers focused on simply complying with local codes on barrier-free accessibility for people with disabilities, we now understand it's really not difficult to make environments even more enabling for a far wider range of users to ensure their safety, accessibility, convenience. It's especially true for diverse aging populations, many of whom defy the statistical data on disability, since they may not be medically definable as disabled, but even fit individuals in any elderly population will be more vulnerable to injuries such as falls, more susceptible to fatigue or pain, and whose quality of life is likely to be adversely affected by an aggregate of small factors that will inhibit their daily lives, even to the extent of withdrawing from society. And I speak from personal experience of this. A number of things would actually put me off going to places simply because I thought there's no toilet, there's a long flight of steps, it's going to be hard work, I'm going to make me look old, and I don't want that to happen. We have the second illustration, perhaps, which will show us really the inclusiveness of this. So as we age, our abilities change. We need different physical sizes and spaces and so on. But equally, our abilities can vary across a wide spectrum from sensory disability, physical disability, but also there's a lot of hidden disabilities as well. Now, many of these really don't, as I say, add up to a medical disability, but they're actually going to be very inhibiting for people if it's not properly provided for. So this physical and the psychological barriers can be reduced in a well-designed environment, not only to the advantage of the aging individual, but also for their families, their caregivers, and society at large. A daughter will be less anxious about her frail elderly mother tripping on badly designed stairs. A social worker can feel reassured that a patient will be able to return safely to an accessible home after a hip operation, releasing a much-needed hospital bed to the next person. Inclusive design is, of course, much easier to apply in new design, but most of our built environments are already in place with their steps and narrow spaces, barriers and hazards which may be difficult or costly to remedy. Our living spaces include both the private home and the public social spaces. Both should be equally accessible, but legislation to enforce this is difficult unless retrofitting takes place. Taking a more strategic approach to connecting access features rather than doing piecemeal fixes will require more expertise and the demonstration of good examples. While this may not be technically difficult, there's a real need to educate more professionals and workers in this area. Just a footnote, for those of you who are in the ESCAP headquarters at the moment in Bangkok, take a look at the connecting path between the ground floor cafe and the Secretariat building. What was once upon a time, there were very steep ramps going up, very steep ramps going down. And the proposal were that they lengthened the ramps and made them safer. But the more strategic view would be to actually just to cut the whole thing through, which was possible because there's a concrete slab underneath. And that makes it accessible. You can still get into the garden by a set of ramps. So a more strategic standing back and not just doing things in a piecemeal way often pays off. So that really is what I've got to say about universal design.
Okay, thank you very much. If I can follow up, can you identify key principles? I think you just mentioned a few, or recommend any quick fixes in both rural and urban areas to increase accessibility in developing countries of Asia and Pacific? I know you've worked a lot in the region, and maybe you've seen some examples or thinking forward, where should people be trying to prioritize?
Well, I'll be talking about quick fixes in the next section, so probably that it would be difficult. There are no such things as quick fixes, because if there were, we'd have done them by now. I think I'll make a proposal in the next session. We're looking at how, through education, and that sounds like a long-term gain, but there is actually potential short-term gain as well in this. We can actually look at this. Now, the 7 principles of universal design, and I'm sure if you Google universal design, Ron Mace, you'll find that it has equitable use, flexibility in use, simple and intuitive use, perceptible information, and tolerance for error. Now, these certainly come up, I think, in the previous speaker talking about how elderly people have more difficulty accessing online services because it's just too complicated. If you try and apply these principles, they don't work. And I think that's true of the built environment as well. The built environment, of course, is more sort of static and more has to be provided by a local authority, whereas in the digital world, this can be provided by whoever it is, Microsoft or the big things, but also that it will move on and it will become redundant. We'll have to buy the new equipment and so on. The built environment, on the other hand, you have to get it right first time. And so that if we have to be very careful about quick fixes, because if we don't get it right first time, it can be very expensive. So I think that's something I'll go into.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe quick fix is not the right way of thinking about it, but maybe what are priority areas? Is it really about creating accessible sidewalks, or should people be thinking of prioritizing home modification programs? What out of the range of things?
I think it depends very much on the culture, the locale and so on. Obviously, in an urban environment, there may be possibilities to improve sidewalks through just the renovation program of the local authority. In the private domain, it's much more difficult. And some countries, particularly Singapore, now have the lifetime home concept, where you can enter a barrier-free home. You can the entry level. You can use a bathroom. You can live in there without having to go up and down steps and so on. And it allows space for wheelchairs. But even in very civilized countries like, I say very civilized, but countries like Ireland, we still haven't got that, and we're pressing for it. But it's still very, very important. And quite a lot of this is not because just on cost, but I think because there's a degree of ignorance and people haven't really pushed for that. So I think we have to have a very wide sort of target when we look at how we can fix these things, both in the short term and the long term.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll switch to the final domain. So we've been through the social domain, digital domain, physical domain, and now legal environment. And now finally, I want to introduce Professor Andrew Behrens on the importance of the legal environment. So the first question is, what is the status? Are you there, Professor Behrens?
Yes, I am now.
Yeah. Okay. Great. What is the status of discussion on a convention on the rights of older persons?
Well, thanks very much. I'm really pleased to be in this roundtable because I think it helps to bring together, as this meeting does, those who've been working primarily in a human rights area and those who've been working primarily with MIPA in the policy area. And there is overlap, but I think we need to do a lot more talking to each other, and therefore I welcome this opportunity. We've heard some fantastic examples, I think, of how MIPA has advanced things. And I guess my question that I'm coming with is, how do we foster and drive more of these examples, and how do we address all the holes and the areas that we know there are problems? And what role can human rights play in contributing to that progress? The argument is, briefly, it can supplement what we've got. and strengthen and affirm and help us to achieve the goals set out in MIPA as well as broader human rights goals. Look, we all know it's increasingly plain that there has been a major hole for a long time in the international framework for the protection of human rights of older persons. Older age is not mentioned in the Universal Declaration or in most of the other treaties. The practice of the treaty bodies has largely rendered older people invisible or proceeds on the basis of pretty outmoded understandings of the nature of aging, the social construction of aging, ageism and so on. And that hole is not just an academic thing. It has very severe implications for national practice and people's lives, because treaties help to drive action at the national and local level. Now, the question of whether we should have a treaty to add to the existing repertoire, and after all, we've got treaties on discrimination against women, on children, on the rights of persons with disabilities, all of which have made an enormous difference to government policies, laws, and people's lives through this thematic and focused framework that they can use, in addition to the policy documents that may also have addressed those areas. The issue goes back a long way, but it's come alive again in around 2010, partly, I think, as we had, I think, what was it then, 20 years of MIPA at that, 10 years of MIPA at that stage, 30 years since Vienna, and an increasing realization as demographic aging was continuing to raise challenges that there were real human rights issues there. And a push from Argentina and Latin American countries for a convention on the rights of older persons to be added was put forward in the General Assembly of the United Nations and was led to action to establish a forum to discuss the issues, what the problems were and how a convention might or might not help to solve some of them. Now, when we're talking about a convention, as I said, we're talking about some of the other treaties that we have. We're talking about a document that will be legally binding on states under international law when states accept it, unlike MIPA, which is not formally legally binding. And that has consequences, some good and some bad. It would be a comprehensive and coherent statement of the human rights of older persons, tailored to the diverse circumstances of older persons. And as I said, it would do for older persons what those other thematic conventions do. And so the General Assembly got this process going in 2010, and it set up, as General Assemblies do, a thing called the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. And its task was to try and identify the weaknesses or the gaps in the international framework on human rights, as they related to older people, and then to report back on those to the General Assembly, and also to include in that report elements of what might go into a new normative instrument, a treaty, in other words. So we've had 12 years, 12 sessions of that open-ended working group, and there's been an enormous amount of data, which you'd all be familiar with, those who work with MIPA and older persons' rights, documenting progress that's been made, but the very serious structural, ageist, and other barriers that stand in the way, and more recently, of course, pretty blatant violations of human rights on a wide scale. And there has finally been some movement there, and there's the last meeting in April this year decided to set up a cross-regional group to try and work out a way in which that open-ended working group can move forward now more decisively at its next meeting in April of 2023. And I would encourage you to follow that, to get involved, to talk to your governments if you are interested in helping to move that process forward, to add another tool to our toolkit, which MIPA, SDGs and others belong. The other area that I mentioned is the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, which is the major human rights organ of the UN, reports to the General Assembly, which 8 years ago appointed an independent expert on the human rights of older persons. And I think the current independent expert, Dr. Claudia Mahler, addressed the intergovernmental meeting earlier in the week. She and her predecessor have done terrific work in trying to bring the human rights framework and the policy frameworks together. But the Council commissioned a report from the Office of the High Commissioner, which was presented to the Council earlier this year, which is a brief and compendious overview, 20 pages, brief and compendious, of the limitations of the system, the gaps, the limitations, deficiencies, and why a new treaty would help the existing human rights framework and other policy frameworks. Well worth reading if you want to get a quick update on what's been happening in that area. And there'll be a multi-stakeholder meeting at the end of August. Once again, people might want to get involved in that, and we'll go back to the Human Rights Council. So there's lots happening now, the real promise. It's time for those who want to add that tool to the toolbox to get involved and push on that basis to help strengthen MIPA and to achieve its goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. I think you've answered part of it, but maybe this provides an opportunity also to really underline the connections to MIPA. So how would placing a greater focus on the human rights references in MIPA and the adoption of a new treaty on the rights of older persons help achieve the more effective implementation of goals of MIPA to ensure an enabling and supportive environment for older persons?
Okay, look, I'll take that in two parts. Firstly, the impact of a treaty, and then talk about some aspects of MIPA. But a couple of the examples we've had already are illustrations of where a more tailored human rights approach would help. Our colleague, Ms. Okuda from ITU, spoke about accessibility for older people to IT and the need for training. Lifelong training is spoken about in some documents, but as it's practiced and as it is understood, it's about people earlier in life. If someone has retired from the paid workforce, there's often actual age barriers, let alone ageist assumptions about allowing people access to lifelong learning at a time when the skills are very useful for their self-development and otherwise. So if that were spelled out in a treaty and made very explicit, that would help to promote the sorts of goals of accessibility in IT and inclusion that we're talking about. Same with broader accessibility that Mr. Harrison was talking about, and he underlined the importance of the existing treaty requirements under Article 19 of the CRPD. So what we'd get is a clearer articulation of rights. So we'd have a specific right to palliative care, a specific right to lifelong learning for older people, care and support as appropriate. It'd be made much clearer than is in MIPA that states are under a duty. At the moment, states are not said to be under a duty. It's a general moral obligation, political obligation, which is not enforceable in any way. And a treaty would give us a more effective monitoring mechanism by having a regular reporting mechanism, which would be reviewed by an independent committee. MIPA, yes, it does have its voluntary national reporting position and review, but the reports show that I think 20 now out of 46 ESCAP members actually undertook the voluntary national survey. And the reports on what they report on are very interesting. They capture all the many good points and positive things that have happened, but there isn't all that much critical analysis of why things haven't happened and what we can do about it. And that's another aspect of what you get in the treaty rather than MIPA. You get provisions for remedy. So if government fails to do what it says it's going to do under MIPA and it affects me or a group of older persons directly, what can you do about it? MIPA doesn't help too much other than the moral sanction. And a more positive remedy can help in some cases. So, and that brings about more accountability than I think we're seeing in MIPA. For all its virtues, and I think there are ways we can strengthen MIPA, we would get a different tool, a hammer in addition to a screwdriver, perhaps, both of which you need. And it would, as we've said, provide an additional strong policy framework derived from and reinforcing MIPA, as the CRPD has reinforced the Incheon strategy on disability in the ESCAP region, and there are other examples. So would bring strength that MIPA doesn't have. It would do things that MIPA doesn't do. MIPA does lots of good things, of course. So how do we strengthen MIPA apart from adopting a convention? I think that there are ways in which ESCAP might want to take it on board by working towards a stronger framework of transparency and participation. We occasionally hear in this context the nothing about us without us, and that should be front and centre, as it was in the case of disability. But let's look, this intergovernmental meeting, there will be an outcome document adopted, I believe, tomorrow. That document, so far as I know, is not available to the public, to the civil society community, to national human rights institutions. An hour ago, I don't think it was yet on the website. So that means there's been no opportunity for input, substantial feedback from civil society. So if it's nothing about us without us, there is a little way to go there, I think, in terms of transparency and opening up the discussion so that we get a better product at the end. And of course, we had a parallel set of stakeholder consultations, and they've been reported on, and there's lots there, but there doesn't seem to be any direct connect with the outcome document. The other thing I'd suggest is possible institutional mechanisms to ensure better participation. And I think here we can learn from other regional commissions. The Economic Commission from Europe has established a working group on ageing on which NGOs are in and others. I think that will be a way of strengthening the discussion, giving it greater impetus, in the same way that ESCAP already has a similar group under the Incheon strategy on ageing. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you so much. That was a wonderful overview and real insight into how the treaty could become a very strong enabler of all else, and definitely would strongly support the topics that we're talking on enabling and supportive environments. Thank you very much. So now, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we've heard from our distinguished panelists, and we've really done a very quick gallop through so many dimensions of the enabling and supportive environments. They've raised a wide range of issues for consideration in development of all of these going forward. Rather than provide a kind of quick overview right now, I think that we might want to open up to the floor for statements or questions by member states, civil society, and international organizations. I understand that a priority is given to delegates who are present in Bangkok, and then we'll move to delegates and participants who are online. So I've just been notified that the representative of China requests to take the floor. Mr. Just a second, please. Sorry. Mr. Yusheng Ke, representative from China, please take the floor.
Hi. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Moderator. Mr. Yusheng is otherwise occupied. I'm his assistant permanent representative of China to ESCAP. My name is Geng Yuan. May I speak on behalf of him?
Yes, please.
Thank you. 各位同事，下午好。刚才听到几位专家的介绍，非常的受启发。那么现在我也想借此机会介绍一下中国在确保建设对于老年人有利的支持环境上面的一些经验和做法，还有政策建议。当前新冠疫情与气候变化交织，高速的城市化、数字转型等给老年人带来了前所未有的挑战。为老年人打造更加支持性、有韧性的环境，对妥善应对人口老龄化至关重要。中国实施积极应对人口老龄化的国家战略，为老年人口打造有利的支持性环境。一是打造老年宜居环境，构建城市社区一刻钟居家养老服务圈，将无障碍环境建设和适老化改造纳入城乡住房更新改造。二是支持老年人的社区参与，各地积极发展老年教育，全国各类老年大学已经建设达8万多所。三是培育养老敬老社会氛围，中国开展了全国敬老月活动，推出弘扬敬老的优秀文化作品。四是实施智慧助老行动，提升老年人数字素养，帮助老年人消除数字鸿沟。五是保障老年人权益，中国中央和地方政府出台了相关的法律，严厉打击年龄歧视和针对老年人的虐待、暴力和诈骗。当前，亚太人口老龄化加速推进，幸福老龄化不仅体现在生命长度，更体现在生命的质量。中方愿与亚太各方加强经验分享， 与能力建设合作，为老年人提供更好的支持性环境，切实提升老年人的生活质量与福祉，实现老有所养、老有所乐、老有所学和老有所为。谢谢。
Thank you very much. Impressive set of planning and policy development. I've been informed that the representative of Bangladesh also requests to take the floor. So Bangladesh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator and distinguished participants from different regions and member states. This is Mohammad Kamrul Islam Chaudhry, Director, Social Service Department. Actually, you know, for the older person, the present Bangladesh government has taken so many initiatives, especially, you know, considering the, you know, increasing trend of the aging situation. For example, in 1991, we had only 6 million, you know, older people, you know, according to that time census. But later on, in 2011, it was 11.19 million, and we are expecting by 2050 it could be around 20% of the total population. So government has initiated, you know, old age allowances for the older people. And it is rapidly increasing, actually, considering the demand. So and the coverage of the overall country's Upajala is also seriously taken, so that they have the financial security. And considering the medical treatment and other facilities, we have some private and also supported by government, some hospitals where the older people can get free treatment, and also all kind of support, counseling support for their mental, you know, advancement, or you know, palliative care and everything. So I think, you know, the most important part from the different, you know, speaker I have heard about some life cycle approach and also some digital, you know, technology orientation, so that the older people can engage themselves in employment. These are all considered to be positive in our policy, national policy on older people, because, you know, we have around 4,562 unions, which is the smallest tier of the administration. So we have Union Digital Center, which is like, you know, everybody can access internet, and, you know, the people can, you know, take some services like their land and other, you know, issues. So these are the massive, you know, digital revolution this present government led by Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has initiated. So we also initiated, you know, like some, you know, option that the elder people can reside with the, you know, orphanages. We have like 85 orphanages all over the country, where 8,500 orphan girls and boys are residing. So in every orphanage, there are 10, you know, accommodation reserved, you know, according to the Prime Minister's instruction, that for the older people, so that, you know, they can get some flavor of their grandchildren, and also the orphan boys and girls can get the flavor of their grandfather and mother. So that was the government's, you know, spirit, you know, to facilitate. Because from the discussion we have come through, because some speakers, I think the Australia model, and also other speakers spoke about the accessibility in the home. Actually, these are not yet, you know, initiated in Bangladesh, but these are nice examples we can share with our policymakers. But we have, you know, even some, you know, service centers for the persons with disabilities all over the country, where there are speech therapy, occupational therapy. These are also very much needed for the elderly people. And in our policy for the older people, we formulated some action plans where we kept some sort of incentives that those persons who live with their parents, they will be given some sort of loan facilities or some sort of government dormitories. They will be given preference. And also we have planned to make some government dormitories which are going to be built in future, that there will be some arrangement that for the parents there will be a small room, it's the parents room with attached bathroom, so that the children or the working man and woman who wants to keep their parents with them, they can get some extra advantage. And we have already declared in our national policy that they are the senior citizen, and in our constitution these rights already to get medical treatment and other human rights approach has already been initiated. And we have some other proposing some other advantages or some other benefits to the senior citizens, that they should get some discount in other hospitals percentage, like 10% to 15%. Even the poor older people, they can get free treatment. We have a community clinic in the rural areas almost all over Bangladesh, and we are also proposing in our action plan that we will provide some sort of discount in their traveling through public transport, like the bus or train or metro rail, whatever. And we are planning also for the older people friendly passenger shelter, so that they can easily access with their wheelchair and everything. And we have some other initiatives actually, because our honorable Prime Minister is so serious about taking care of this segment of older people, because I think their wisdom and their expertise, those people who are really healthy even in their older age, they can contribute to the society. And for that, maybe they cannot perform the work that requires much physical strength, but they can work from home, some sort of IT related work, like the learning earning. So that the ICT ministry has initiated lots of training courses, and they have established digital labs in the schools and in the communities. And so that people who are a little bit physically weak because of their old age, they can even learn these training courses, and they can earn from home, because it's like less hard work, just working from home. And we are planning also some sort of in the village area, some sort of community center for the older people, so that they can have some recreational facilities. And we have also encouraged the private stakeholders so that they can build some old home in public-private partnership, so that more people can be accommodated in the old age, so that we can do that. And even the older people, they are also encouraged, who are much more financially solvent. They can also form in groups, and they can make their own shelter home, so that they can like-minded people can live together. And those who are incapable, they can go to the government shelter homes. And also we are planning that we will just provide some telemedicine sort of service, because we have the hotline in the health ministry, emergency hotline. So there are lots of ministry even have just introducing these sort of things. In our ministry, we have 1098. It's for children, 24/7 service, but we have national hotlines in different ministries who can provide any kind of service 24/7 to the people. And in addition to that, we have already proposed that the geriatric care in medicine, the curriculum would be introduced in all the medical colleges, and also those health professionals will be trained in the gerontology subject, so that the older people can get some much more effective service or health care. So considering in every aspect, we are planning lots of things, like the accessibility of the older people, like the family care. So family care, we have already enacted a law, that the Parents Maintenance Act, that it's the children are bound to keep their old parents with them, and if they don't do that, it's a punishable offense. So this is a huge, but we believe still that there are some people who are not actually capable of handling large families because of their expenses. So we are planning to give them some incentives, some supports from the government, so that they can encourage their parents to live with them, because it's not easy for a densely populated country like Bangladesh. We cannot build thousands of old home, old care home overnight. It's not possible actually. So we are trying to introduce in the educational institutions and everywhere. We are planning, we are working in intergovernmental meetings. We are discussing among policymakers, and also stakeholder consultation. We are continuing with different NGOs and INGOs. And INGOs, especially in UNICEF, Save the Children, they are also providing some sort of support to us in terms of giving caregiver support, and also some technical support, some IT support. So, the present government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has already initiated, the slogan that the country will move to a digital Bangladesh, and it will be like by 2041, it will be converted to developed nation. So we are all working in that spirit, and I think considering the older people in country like Bangladesh, we are actually by our generation and by our culture, we used to live with our parents. It's like some kind of, you can say, social norms and the growing culture we are practicing. But still, if something happens wrong, that's why we enacted the law to protect the parents from the disaster. So
Good.
I think
Thank you very much, Mr. Chowdhury.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next, I've been informed that the representative from Soroptimist International, Ms. Teresa Devashayam, would like to take the floor. Can you please turn on your microphone and camera? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Walker. I'm Dr. Teresa Devasahayam, speaking on behalf of Soroptimist International, and I would like to thank ESCAP for this opportunity to make this statement. Population aging continues to sweep across the Asia-Pacific region, as you know. This is occurring coupled with rapid transformative social changes linked to technological innovations. Accessing healthcare through digital technologies is becoming commonplace today. Patients pivot between offline and online in their health journey. So it is imperative that every person, regardless of age, has the capacity to access and utilize digital technologies effectively and efficiently. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the significance of telemedicine, delivering care at a distance while simultaneously enabling access to timely and cost-effective healthcare services. Where a doctor is unavailable, telemedicine enables older to seek expert advice while at home. In Asian countries with a huge urban-rural divide, telemedicine helps rural communities by cutting travel costs and wage losses. In the Asia Pacific, governments should take the necessary steps to raise the digital skills of older persons so that they can access relevant and timely health information and in turn take better control of their lives. How can this be achieved? Firstly, digital infrastructure should be established, keeping in mind how older persons might be encouraged to access it. Secondly, governments, industry, and schools could offer basic digital literacy information through community volunteers who visit older persons to help them learn simple digital tools. In this respect, peer-to-peer digital volunteers may be integral in this effort as well, to the extent that older persons themselves help their own counterparts in sharing information on ICT use. Thirdly, there could be collaboration between governments and the private sector to ensure low-cost internet access or even ex-gratis access, so as many older persons as possible become digitally connected. Because women are disproportionately represented among those with less education, as well as are more likely not to engage in activities connected to the public sphere, efforts to encourage their use of digital technologies should be gender sensitive. Community digital literacy projects and programs should take into account that older women have less access to the internet and fewer own mobile phones than older men do. Overcoming these challenges should ensure that older women and men are on an equal footing to reap the benefits of digital tools. Boosting technological inclusivity should be the priority of governments in the Asia-Pacific in coming years. Knowledge is power, and reinforcing the rights of older persons to participate in the digital world serves to empower them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, I understand that we have a representative from Development, Welfare and Research Foundation, Ms. Mala Kapoor. Over to you, Ms. Mala Kapoor. If you can turn on your camera and microphone, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Mrs. Walker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really enjoyed the session and it was very enriching. And I wanted to share with you that yesterday, as a side event, I had organized also a session on enabling environments for future with focus on digital inclusion and built environments. So very briefly, I just want to say that we shared certain practices which were very meaningful and take forward some of the issues which have come up today. And we did it in context of MIPA, the priority direction. And the issue was that there are certain criticalities. If we don't look at those, it becomes very difficult to take this forward. So, of course, we have to understand in a lot of the Asian and some Pacific countries too, we have a lot of older people in the rural and remote areas. So reaching out to them for enabling environments, helping them build up, this becomes extremely pertinent. And while, yes, overall there is an atmosphere of bringing in digitalization of things, but these reach outs and accessibility need special programs, need special initiatives. And few of the NGOs and civil society members are coming in, and we shared some examples from Singapore, from India, from other Eastern Asian countries. But what I want to stress here is that documentation of these things is not really there, which can help us to learn from each other's experiences. So as experts, as members of civil society, and as government officials, I think we need to stress, while we provide services, we must also have some kind of monitoring of them, some kind of documentation, and some kind of accountability for those services. And also, I think what becomes important is, as one or two other speakers have also mentioned, a special reach out for women. And another thing which is very specific is as life expectancy is reaching, catering to real advanced age becomes very important. And with regard to that, certain long-term care provisions, assistive technologies have to be overall emphasized, and governments need to pay more attention on these aspects. And like we shared in my meeting yesterday, which I organized, especially dementia related, other specific Parkinson related, these are which have special needs. And also, finally, I would like to say that while we do stress upon government programs making cities enabling and all, what needs to be emphasized that older people generally stay within smaller residential communities, don't move out much. So we need to bring them to be very enabling. So it's not just making a city friendly, but it is making their locations very age friendly. And some of us are doing programs on it, but these are some of my thoughts, which I thought would be shared. And of course, people are welcome to look at our recording for that event. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kapoor, and a wonderful set of comments and observations. And I really do hope that your recording is going to be available. It's wonderful that you had the session yesterday. We don't have any further comments or statements, so I want to move now to a video statement by Ms. Noi Sangsing Nam from the Ruth Center in Bangkok on the living situation of older persons in slums and what enabling environments they need.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, back in the days, older persons has been regarded as a pillar of the community. Thailand has an aging population of 10.1 million people, which is 15% of the total population. By 2035, up to 30% of the estimated total population will be older. From my personal experiences, I have seen and lived with older persons, and that struck me on how many older persons live alone. Ruth Center was founded in 2008 in Bangkok, dedicated to improve the quality of life for the elderly with determination under the vision of living in a family environment. Our work focuses on the elderly living in the slum communities. In Bangkok, there are over 470 older persons across 14 slum communities that we are assisting. We help them meet their needs by giving them necessity and organizing special activities. The key to this activity is to assist them to live in dignity and to be included in the community. We also became a good friends to them by lending our ears to listen to their stories and giving them warmth and love. We do home visitation 5 days a week to check in with them, mainly on their food, health, and living concerns. Slum communities are overcrowded with no proper physical distancing. Some households have over 7 to 8 people. Hygiene conditions and ventilation systems are not affordable and hence making older person accessibility more difficult. Due to their living condition, we can help them fix their roof, sidewalk, bathroom, floors, and other parts as needed. We also help them generate an income through our Dream Project, where they can sew and sell embroidery. In addition, we also help them open their bank accounts and teach them how to use the ATM. This is also very crucial as they need the bank account to receive the pensions from the government. Although we are just a small organization, we are trying as hard as we can to support them and make them smile. Though at times it can be quite challenging due to the limited budget and lack of staff, we hope our story can warm your heart and that our government can also continue to support our mission so that our senior citizens can continue to be a pillar of our community. Thank you for your time and attention. Sawadee ka.
Okay, thank you very much. We have just a couple of minutes, so I want to ask all of our remaining panelists if there are any comments that they would like to bring forward now that we're at the end based on the presentations from the other panelists, or something that you wish that you had been able to bring to the fore earlier. Tui, Christine, Dr. Burns, Mr. Harrison,
May I?
Yes, please go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Thank you, Tui.
Yeah, I just want to once more emphasize that the Older Person Association, OPA, such as the intergenerational self-help clubs, can play a huge role in creating the enabling environment for all ages. And that's why, therefore, it is worth for the government and other stakeholders to invest in ISSC or the OPAs, as it is the most effective and cost-effective model to help not only the older people of today, but also the older people of tomorrow. It's a way to translate the law and policy into the practice, into the real life. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very powerful way of thinking of creating the sustainability. Mr. Harrison, if I can ask you a question, when you're thinking about the built environment and the types of issues that you were raising, there were two that I wanted to ask you about. One was on the role of enforcement in universal design. It's listed in many documents. It's a part of the quality infrastructure principles that the G20 is putting forward, and yet one of the big issues that we see is lack of enforcement, and I think that also probably is connected to your issues on capacity building. But could you speak to that? Or maybe we've lost him. Christine, are you still there? Or Mr. Harrison, can you please unmute?
So okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry about that. It automatically turns off. I hadn't expected. Yes, one of the problems I think is that any legislation can only really require people to do things once they want to do it. Particularly in building. And one of the things about enforcement is that you may have very good or relatively good building regulations, but the people involved in those actually don't really understand how a basic building regulation could be made into something much more effective. And that's why education is so important. And one of the things that is seriously lacking, I think, there aren't the building inspectors to carry out audits. There aren't the skills within design professions to really appreciate that it's not more than just box ticking to make, put in a ramp here and so on. And legislation needs to be brought up. It's very difficult to legislate for universal design. All the building codes deal with one item at a time, and they'll say if you're going to build, if you have a staircase, then you have to have a ramp. And that is a costly thing to do, so you're duplicating that provision. What they don't say is if you would actually make the pathway and the doorway at the same level, you would need neither a staircase nor a ramp. The law can't really say that, and that's one of the problems. Only a professional can actually see there's a simpler solution to that, which is why I was saying about the example of the pathway in the ESCAP build.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
I've got a bit of echo back home, so use that, hearing that. I just wanted to say that it's been very encouraging to hear a lot of what I would call age-friendly community examples today, which is very inspiring. I do think we do need to remember that the core of this work is actually engagement with older people and being able to hear their voices and hear what they want. I think that's really critical to this work and how we respond to that and how we prioritise whatever it is that is important to those in different environments, in different places. I also want to say that sorry, I've just got a message here. That really critical to this work is collaboration. And I think we've heard a flavour of that through the sessions today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we are just about at the close. Dr. Byrne, just one final question to you real fast. You heard the role of new laws in Bangladesh and China in really helping to drive the policy engagement and setting the scene for the next steps. What are you seeing in the region and globally in terms of that type of legal engagement and creating new laws on elderly? We see it in many countries in the region.
Look, I think it is happening. It's not consistent. It's often difficult because there's no coherent international framework. Just a couple of quick things. We've spoken about states should do things. Our challenge is to find the levers to make them, both regulatory, legislative, and others. Ageism we haven't really spoken about, and yet it's a critical element in this part of MIPA, the WHO Global Report, and its strategies. I think we need to think more about, including legal, but not just legal. And we need to better embed MIPA nationally. It's not known in the Pacific. It's barely known in Australia, I think. And ESCAP, I think, has a real opportunity to do what it did with the Disability Convention during the first Asia decade. It brought together regional experts, including governmental experts, to try and nut out a comprehensive framework on disability focused on the Asia region. So I think there are real opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a few final takeaways from me, just bullet points on the importance of multi-stakeholder participation, deeper engagement with older persons. The enabling environment for older people is really an enabling environment for all. The need to develop both incentives and penalties, legislation at all levels, and the need to increase technical skills and collaboration and learning. And maybe one of the most important ones at the very last that was raised in the first presentation and then all the way through, which is really to develop the evidence base and to do very clear monitoring to help to develop that evidence base. So I see no further speakers, and I would really like to thank the panelists and the delegates for their active participation. As I said, we've really galloped through this enormous topic, but I think took on 4 very interesting dimensions of the enabling and supportive environment area. The meeting has now concluded, and its deliberations under agenda item 3C on ensuring enabling and supporting environments. I will now give the floor back to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I thank the moderator and the panelists for the excellent points, especially on highlighting population aging as a success to development. We now move, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we now move to our final thematic discussion of the day on implementation and follow-up. I have the honor to invite Dr. Srivinas Tata, Director, Social Development Division, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, to moderate this discussion. Please join me on the rostrum, already on the rostrum. Pass to you, Dr. Srivinas Tata.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And what a wonderful set of roundtables we've had so far. And I hope this final roundtable will provide the icing on the cake for us, because this is a roundtable that I believe will bring together all our discussions to focus on the area where the shoe really bites. That is the area of implementation and follow-up. We all know, no matter how strong the strategies, how comprehensive and beautiful our language and how good our intentions, everything depends on implementation. Everything depends on follow-up. Everything depends on partnerships. Everything depends on how we involve stakeholders. And what do we put in place and how do we know we're making progress? So this for me is perhaps we've had the wonderful substantive areas, the challenges and the opportunities identified. This is where perhaps we're going to focus on some of the key areas relating to implementation and follow-up. And Madam Chair, I'm really honored to be joined by 4 distinguished panelists for this roundtable. I just will briefly tell you who they are and introduce them as we go along, and then move on to the round table. The round table is organized in 2 rounds of questions of 5 minutes each addressed to each one of the panelists. The first round of questions followed by the second round, after which we open up to the floor. The 4 panelists that we have are really unique as they complement each other wonderfully in the areas that they cover and the areas of expertise. The first panelist is Mr. Du Peng, Vice President and Professor at the School of Sociology and Population Studies in Renmin University, China, who is really no stranger to the area of population aging and who's been someone who's been working right from perhaps the adoption of MIPA on the issue of older persons. He's really going to focus and help us focus on the national level implementation, looking at the challenges and the opportunities in China on implementing MIPA at the different levels. Our second panelist who will follow will be Ms. Kirida Paupichit, who is the director from the Thailand Development Research Institute. She is in charge of Economic Intelligence Service. She is an economist, and she really is going to bring us the multi-sectoral perspective. She understands, we all know that aging is not restricted just to where action is restricted to the social development area. There's got implications of the labor market, for the economic sector, for fiscal policy. And I hope that Ms. Kirida will help us navigate some of these pathways. The third panelist is Ms. Rodora Babaran, who is the Director of Human Development at the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Department of the ASEAN Secretariat, who's really been steering the implementation of the Kuala Lumpur Plan of Action in ASEAN, which guides the Kuala Lumpur framework on older persons, which guides the ASEAN framework on older persons, which is aligned with MIPA. But again, she's going to stress on the importance of such regional and sub-regional arrangements in supporting MIPA. And last but not least, we have Dr. Prakash Tyagi, who is the Executive Director of Gramin Vikas Vigyan Samiti, who is going to represent really bring us the perspective from the perspective of CSOs and how they have faced challenges, on how they have contributed to the implementation of MIPA, and how they could perhaps help us in implementing the outcome of this meeting at the regional and national levels. So with that, without much ado, I would like to move on to the first question of this roundtable, which is to Mr. Du Peng. Given the overall demographic change in China, and with rapid population aging and population growth rates falling to their lowest level in 6 decades, Dr. Du Peng, what have been China's priorities in implementing MIPA in a very large country such as China at different levels, national, provincial, and the local levels? And what are the challenges that you faced, and how did you address it? If you can answer this part, this first part of your question in 5 minutes, please. Over to you, Dr. Du Peng.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tata. And hello to other panelists. In the past 2 decades, if I summarize the progress of MIPA implementation in China, I think 3 major achievements I should mention. One is the mainstreaming the MIPA in the national policies, so that to mobilize the maximum of the energies and all the efforts from different ministries and municipalities and the local governments and the NGOs. That's very important factor for the success. And in the past 20 years, although we have a decreasing level of the TFR to a very low level comparing to 20 years ago, but at the same time, we have a universal coverage of the pension to every older person so that they can enjoy the development. And also we have a universal coverage of the health care system. That's the first achievement. The second is to for the legislation and also the institutional, for the long-term care insurances and also for the social security systems. This development can guarantee the rights of and the benefits of the older people. The third is to have the whole system development from the central government and municipality and the local governments. They have developing vast a lot of government efforts to run the programs from the top, the national policies, and to the grassroots level. I think these three key reasons guaranteed the achievements in the past 20 years. That's the key point. The second, although by saying that, we still face many challenges as we are quite diverse settings like urban and rural, east and western areas. Still, we have a gap for the pension level and also for the medical services to every rural settings. The third is after we have universal coverage of Medicare and also the pension, but long-term care, especially for those with pension or ADR problems, they have emerging needs unmet, and that's the challenge for the future. The second is we have a decreasing labor force, how to balance the fertility level and the care for the elderly. The third is how to take advantage of the digital services, and also how to develop the digital inclusive aging societies so that the elderly can benefit the rapid development in the digital economies, especially enabling them to participate in this rapid development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu Peng. I think you covered a range of challenges. You did refer to, of course, the challenge of the of extending care, the rural-urban inequities, and you also brought out the value of universal health care. You've extended. It's when it comes to long-term care, it's proving to be a bit more challenging, and that's an area which requires more work. But I will come back to you during my second round about some of the solutions and what you could share in terms of China's experiences. But now I have the privilege of going to Ms. Kirida. Ms. Kirida, based on your experience as an economist with TDRI and noting that many countries in our region are aging very rapidly, and we know that population aging impacts a range of sectors. Using Thailand experience, what do you see as aging's impacts on the labor market, fiscal policy, social expenditures, and other sectors that you have been researching?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and hello everyone here and also online. As Mr. Moderator, Dr. Tata has mentioned earlier that aging is not only about social issues, and it's not only about the older population, because actually it's a multi-sectorial, a multi-generational issue that we all need to tackle if we want to see our country develop. And for example, in Thailand, we have about 12 million out of 65 million people who are now over 60 years old. And in just another 15 years, that number will double. But that's not the only thing. Our labor force, or those who are in the labor market, those who are aged between 15 and 60, are also falling, and it has been falling for many years now. So when we think about the development of our country, we can't just think about those who are over 60 years old, or we can't just think about social issues. For example, what about labor market issues? If our labor force is falling, what do we do to improve the productivity, the education, the skills of those who are young? But at the same time, what about those who are over 60? Can we extend the retirement age to 65? Can they still be productive? That also turns into the point of our education policies. Are we not only going to educate people from 5 years old to 18 years old, or are we going to promote more lifelong learning for those who are in the labor force, and they might be working until 65 or even 70? Just to give you some statistics, the lifespan for Thais now, on average, is 75 years old. So we do live pretty long. Women live to 79, while men live to 71. So, we live pretty long. So again, lifelong learning, this is another education policy that we might want to look at. Of course, the health policy is always there, but the health policy shouldn't only be targeted to those who are already over 60 years old, because if we wait till then, we will have a lot of expenditures that both the the families and the government will have to support in the future. For example, in Thailand, at our Thailand Development Research Institute, we did some calculations on how much it would be needed for public health care in the next 15 years when our older population double. And the figure is not double, it's triple, because people live longer, or they need more health care. So, health care needs to start even when you're young, so that, you don't, fall ill, and you don't have chronic diseases, which are very costly going forward. And because Thailand has a universal health care, we are, entitled to take care of everyone until they pass away. So again, there are lots of implications for our health policies, not only towards the older population, but towards the younger population as well. What about infrastructure policies? Infrastructure in a country where there are mostly young people, could be, one thing. But for a country where there are, older populations, you might want to be more concerned about public transportation that is, elderly friendly, for example. So that again, is another issue. So, there are so many dimensions, and I just want to share with you another dimension that's important as well, which is gender. We don't actually look much into the gender issue in an aging population. I just want to share with you some of the data that we have gathered from the labor force statistics here in Thailand. Women in Thailand, once they hit 50 years old, they drop out of the labor force. 10% drop out of the labor force, while as men still continue to be in the labor force. And one of the reasons is because women, when they're 50 or above, they have to go home to take care of their parents or their husband's parents, or their grandchildren. So again, in a country where we need as much labor force as we can, we're seeing a dropout of women. So again, these are policies on, do we want to have elderly care, especially daycare for the elderly, or do we want nursery care for children to keep women in the labor force as long as they can, especially these are skilled and experienced women. So again, there's also a gender dimension here as well in the aging population. So I just want to conclude here by saying that, in terms of aging, it's not only taking care of the older population, because at one point we will definitely have issues on our economic development if we only focus on the aging, because that will only increase our fiscal spending on them, and not so much of how do we actually plan and build our economy going forward so that we can be sustainable when we age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirida, for highlighting above all the gender dimension of aging, and also talking about the relationship of an aging population to a range of issues, including the labor market, fiscal policy, social expenditures, and also talking about this linkage to infrastructures, and also about looking at population aging as a life course issue and not just something that you think of when you look at people beyond 60 years of age. And that kind of very much syncs with what's been said in the previous sessions too. So that's a great foundation that you've laid. I'll come back to you definitely to talk about what are the solutions to some of this. My next panelist here is Ms. Rodora Babaran, who's the director from ASEAN. Rodora, given your long experience in ASEAN and your work in following up on the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Aging, what role can regional or sub-regional organizations play in supporting member states in mainstreaming the issue of population aging into development policy at large? Over to you, Rodora, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srivas. Before I respond to your questions, just very, very quickly, let me express appreciation to ESCAP and HelpAge International for the invitation extended to us as Secretariat to join this panel discussion on the interactive roundtable for the two other panelists framed very well the issues we are facing in this region, and they're very much, pretty much the same for ASEAN. So let me just highlight that ASEAN fully acknowledges that this demographic shift towards aging societies, and that it has significant implications for the well-being of societies and for economic development. And that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the elderly in the region already represents about 11% of our regional population. And this presents immense challenges that could have profound implications in our society, as already highlighted a while ago by Ms. Kirida. and particularly as well against the backdrop of climate change, digitalization, and healthcare, among others. And over the past 2 years, we have seen the fragility, the precariousness of all the development gains we've achieved due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, wherein our elderly population are really one of the highly vulnerable during this pandemic. And in that regard, as you know, since ASEAN is really determined to ensure that we will have pro-poor growth and long-term economic and social development, it's really important to ensure that no one is left behind, particularly our vulnerable groups, including older persons. And in that regard, human capital development and accessible social protection are very high in the priority of ASEAN. Now let me center on the question on what is the critical role of ASEAN in promoting and enhancing the interests of older persons in this region. I would like to point out just 3 things. This is non-exhaustive, but essentially where we play a strong role is in the harmonization of national policies on aging, as well as disability inclusion and the heightening of commitment among member states. So this is in order to create a regionally consistent and strengthen coherence of policy frameworks for certain institutional practices related to age and disability inclusion. Second is the harmonization of institutional mechanisms. This is to demonstrate the collective will of the member states in the region to implement consistent regional management practices and regimes, especially within the public sector. And third is the capacity building in the relevant key and supporting sectors in order to initiate the necessary institutional changes so that the overall harmonization efforts can be achieved. So this should cut across sectors, should go beyond the public sector. So this is a whole of society, whole of government approach. And in this regard, I'm very pleased to share that under the leadership of the social welfare sector of ASEAN, we are leveraging the regional commitment and cooperation to comprehensively and programmatically pursue the promotion and protection of rights of older persons in the region through the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Aging that was adopted in 2015. This declaration, by the way, for those who are not so familiar with it, aims to promote intergenerational solidarity and elimination of all forms of maltreatment based on old age, promotes the development of human capital, strengthens capacities to improve delivery of services, encourages the development of older persons, older people's associations, and among others. Let me highlight that this declaration complements and contributes to the implementation and monitoring of the MIPA, which was already mentioned earlier by Dr. Srinivas. I'd like to update as well that based on this declaration, we now have the Regional Plan of Action on implementing the Kuala Lumpur Declaration. This was adopted at the summits last year, and we are rolling out the implementation. So ASEAN is leveraging this regional commitment at the highest level to mainstream the issue of aging and the necessary actions across sectors in ASEAN. But of course, there's a strong leadership role here performed by the social welfare sector. Just to highlight that this is really cross-cutting, let me just give an example on how the issue of older person and its agenda is mainstream now in the health sector. So we are promoting the implementation of policies, frameworks, and as mentioned a while ago, this is not just about the elderly population. It has to cover the whole lifespan. And in that regard, in the health sector, we are promoting healthy and active aging. We have included it as part of the 21 health priorities of the ASEAN health sector. And there is an ASEAN health cluster that looks specifically on this concern, and that's the ASEAN health cluster on promoting healthy lifestyles, wherein the work on the promotion of healthy and active aging is included. I'm also very pleased to share that in the ASEAN health sector, we have established the ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation. So this center will serve as a knowledge center on active aging and innovation. It will support evidence-based policies, strategies, and guidelines, implement capacity building programs, conduct research, development, and innovation, and support the monitoring of progress of active aging in ASEAN. So all these efforts are guided by the principles of whole of society, whole of government approaches, and of course, shared responsibility in society. Let me stop there and give it over back to you, Dr. Srinivas.
Thank you so much, Rodora. You really covered not only the framework, but what role the ASEAN Secretariat plays, how you go into implementation, and also the creation of various regional institutes to support this whole agenda. And thank you very much for highlighting that. And my last question in this round is addressed to Dr. Prakash Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi, you are representing the voice of non-government stakeholders in this panel, and I wanted to ask you about the challenges that CSOs face in the process of supporting member states in implementing MIPA, and there are also some good practices. So can you share some of the challenges and the good practices from your own perspective and also perhaps across the region?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Moderator, distinguished delegates. It's a great honor to be a part of this very esteemed panel in this very, very important meeting, which I very strongly believe will play a very crucial role in drawing a future roadmap of MIPA interventions in the region. I'm very pleased to voice civil society perspectives, the feedbacks from the NGOs, and more importantly, hopefully, the voices of older people and the communities themselves, who are obviously the most important stakeholders. In the context of challenges, the first challenge that comes to my mind is that when it comes to developmental programs focused on older people and development, specific issues that would focus on older people's lives, the numbers of CSOs working on those issues or mainstreaming aging into development approaches, that number is very small. If it is to be compared with other development programmatic sectors such as women's issues, child development, farmers' empowerment, there are sizable number of CSOs working on those areas, whereas in the area of aging, the number is extremely small. One of the reasons behind that could be that when it comes to the resource allocation, when it comes to setting up the future priorities, when it comes to the designing of programs, older people focused programs very heavily tilt on SDG 3, which is on health and well-being, which is understandable, justified. However, older people have a very important stake in all SDGs. Their needs, their contributions in the context of all 17 SDGs must be fully recognized, and that would open up more opportunities, that would open up the horizons for more civil society players to be a part of the programs. And then within this, whatever CSOs are working in the sector, the coordination mechanisms between them, the solidarity levels are weak because the numbers are very small. The second challenge that comes to my mind is related to diversities and geographical inequitable distribution of CSOs working. In the context of diversities, what I mean is that diversities, by the way, are wonderful for a community, for a society. They provide different types of perspectives, different types of ideas. But the social, cultural, linguistic diversities are also an obstacle for communicating, disseminating, conveying the messages when they come from centralized programs and policies. Their interpretation may be in a very different way. And CSOs oftentimes struggle in communicating those messages with the same impact to all parts of the communities. The geographical distances, the geographical remoteness has also been discussed in the previous submissions by several panelists in these roundtable discussions, focusing on urban and rural divide as well. And that's where the problem is. There are many areas in which there are no CSOs working, large numbers of older people living in those remote and rural areas. For example, the organization that I represent works in the most densely populated desert ecosystem in the world, where the numbers of CSOs are very, very small. So there is a kind of a maldistribution of the CSOs that exist which work on aging. The third and final challenge that I would like to bring to the table is the challenge of resources. And the monetary resources are something that we kind of acknowledge, often talk about, but the problem is not confined to only the financial resources. It's about human resources as well that would understand the aging sector. It is about technical resources, academic resources that would help data collection, evidence building, and policy influencing, which CSO sector lacks. So with all these challenges, there is some good news, some good practices that exist. And in the interest of time, because there are so many wonderful things which are being done by organizations in the region, I would highlight a few. The first one is the potential of community-based organizations which are led by older people. They may be having different names, such as older people's associations, self-help groups, intergenerational learning groups, but the objective obviously is to promote healthy aging and development. There is a wonderful pool, wonderful cadre of these older people-led groups which exists, which I believe is a very formidable resource which has been underutilized in a number of programs and policies. Secondly, a lot of good work is happening on care, which could be around home-based care, which is around self-care, which is around community-based eye care, for example, which has been quite impactful and has provided older people not only the relief, but also the opportunities to partner and participate. And a third and last good practice that I wanted to share is older people-led climate change adaptation models. Climate change and climate action has also been very frequently discussed in this meeting so far in the last 2 days. And older people are the natural knowledge leaders when it comes to climate change adaptation, and they have been doing great work in, for example, in the work that we do, but across the region in many partners and in many countries. There are many good practices, but these good practices are happening in a scattered way. And so therefore an integrated impact, a visible impact is oftentimes missed out. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tyagi, for your extremely analytical response. You provided us so many takeaways as to the challenges as well as the good practices, highlighting key issues, including the limited number, the problems related to coordination, and I think you've gone into many areas, including the urban-rural divide, but also provided areas where there have been some bright spots that can be expanded upon. Now, that actually, the first round really provided the basis, maybe identified more of the challenges and maybe frame the situation in terms of implementation and the challenges. In the second round, I'm reaching out to Dr. Dupeng to ask him a specific question, given his experience, and ask him how could partnerships at the bilateral, sub-regional and regional levels support policy making on aging, and what role can South-South cooperation play in this regard? Dr. Dupeng, I think you need to request for the floor, if you're online. We'll move to the next. Yes, he's asked for the floor now. Okay, looks like we're having some slight technical difficulties. Should we go?
He's coming. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can see you and hear you. Please go ahead. Did you hear the question, Dr. Dupeng?
No.
Yes.
So,
my question to you, Dr. Dupeng, was given your experience, I wanted to get your input as to how partnerships at bilateral, sub-regional, regional levels could support policy making on aging, because you've been doing a lot of that in Renmin University. And what role can South-South cooperation play in this regard, in this supporting each other as a unique partnership?
Okay, thank you for your questions. In fact, I'm thinking we are talking about the implementation of MIPA in the past 20 years. But in fact, we are talking the challenges that they are quite different from 20 years ago. One important thing is the older persons today, not just they have a rapidly increasing number, but totally they are different group. So we have to realize that. And then, for example, in China, now we have doubled the older persons than 20 years ago. But by that time, half of the older persons, they are illiterate. They were illiterate, but nowadays almost 90% they have a very good education background. So their needs are quite different. So the challenges are different. Although in the 2 decades, every government, I think they try to mainstream the MIPA into the policies, but in fact, they have quite different procedure and experiences and license. So to answer your question, I think one is we can have more chance for exchanging the experiences for the policymakers among these countries in the region. The second is, in fact, the NGOs, for example, the OPAs, their practices and experiences are very important. Although we have to have a meeting online, but we can organize some kind of seminars or some kind of meetings. We have some key presentations for that, and maybe we can make some short video to show their creative thinking and practices in the region. The third is, although we are talking about MIPA, in fact, we have to, just as the background paper mentioned, by 2050, we will have 1/4 of the population, they are aged 60 and over. But what's the next aim for the region? We have the MIPA for 20 years, but for next 10 years or the 20 years, what's the new aim? For example, the digital society, for example, the lifelong learning, just the panelists mentioned, and how to promote the positive view on the elderly and the aging societies. I think they are new challenges. So for South-South cooperation, we can share these new practices and the challenges. Maybe in some parts, maybe Southeast Asian countries, they already have very good practices for NGO and OPAs. But in other countries, maybe they have more government policies or legislative progress. So we can share the information so to have the comprehensive picture of the region and can benefit the policies and practices in the next 10 years or 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dupeng. I think the fact, the point that you make about the importance of not only sharing experiences between governments, but having interaction between CSOs and organizations of older persons so that the interaction is at all levels, and also bringing in the aspect that let's not look at just traditional view of MIPA, but look at new and emerging issues, because I think the issues, in addition to, of course, the existing issues, we have a lot of new and emerging issues where cooperation is going to be very, very key. So thank you so much for that. Ms. Kerida, just building on your response to the first question, can I ask you, for having identified how aging affects all these sectors, can you tell us how the issue of aging can be mainstreamed, pragmatically speaking, in a realistic manner into social and economic development policies, by giving us a few examples as to how this is being done? And can you tell us about the role of data in policy making, especially as it relates to older persons, and what are the data gaps and what needs to be filled? Over to you, Ms. Kerida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Again, I just want to reiterate that, the issue of aging is not just about older people, and it's about every sector in the economy. So, of course, in order to have a holistic development policy, we need to integrate all this into, our 5-year social and economic development plan, for example. But I understand that in many countries, maybe ministries don't really talk to each other. So, to be pragmatic, different ministries would probably also need to have the issue of aging, integrated into their master plans as well, right? So, for example, in Thailand, just to give you some example, like in Thailand, we now have what we call the circular and green master plan for the next 5 years, and this is targeted towards a low carbon economy, a green economy. And, in the end, when reading through it, it doesn't really, point out what actually is going to be done in an aging, society like in Thailand. It's a broad master plan, but of course, we can pinpoint that, for example, for this master plan, there are, so many things that we can do that will be also good for the young generation. For example, the development of biotechnology products, the development of, products that are low carbon, which is good for entrepreneurs who are young, but these will also be, useful for those who are older because they would need more healthy foods. They would like to have, medicines that are all bio products, for example. And again, this will also enable Thailand not to only, support our older population, but also to export these products and some of the services as well. For example, the wellness service. So these are things that you have to think holistically when you think about, for example, moving towards a low carbon economy. So it's not only about we're going to be low carbon, but how does it affect the elderly population? How does it affect the younger population? How would it promote our exports as well? And just to give you some statistics, when I look at the map of the world, it's very interesting to find that there are only actually 2 middle-income countries that have already aged. That's China and Thailand. While most of the other countries that have aged are high-income countries. So what does this mean? Of course, for us, it means that we are going to face a lot of challenges because we are not high-income yet, but we are already aging. But on the positive side, it also means that there's such a big market, right, for the aging population in order to demand our services or products. So again, this is just an example that I would like to point that it could be integrated in our master plans for the different sectors. Of course, the ones that we are familiar with are the labor policy, the labor development master plan. As many of the speakers already mentioned, it's probably going to be more of the upgrading of the skills of the existing labor force. For the education policy, it could be lifelong learning. But I just also want to highlight another issue on learning is that if we are aging, one of the most important things in learning is not only how to read and write and the technical knowledge, but financial literacy is also very important because in the future there won't be enough government resources to support every elderly person. So financial literacy will enable people to be able to save. For example, in Thailand, only 50% of our elder population actually have any savings, and that's pretty shocking. So financial literacy has to start early. Again, this could be a policy that's integrated into our education policy as well. So as you can see, there are so many things that we can do in order to integrate this into the different master plans. Just to, my final note would be on your question on data. Of course, that's very important because in order to come up with any policies, without data, we cannot come up with effective policies. And as I mentioned here in Thailand, when I cite the labor force survey, we also have an elderly survey which is done every 2 years. But I think that's not enough. I mean, in the end, we need to be able to target especially those who are in the older population as well, because without targeting, we will, be spending a lot of resources on, on every older population, older persons, and that will, will not be sustainable in the future as well. So, there are issues of data that we need to address as well, and I can't emphasize enough as an economist that data is very important in coming up with effective policies in different sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirida. I think you've been very specific in some of your recommendations about the opportunities, including integration within the larger development policies, into policies on environment, into policies on even developing different sectors of the economy. So definitely food for thought for all of us. Rodora, I would like to move to you with your next question of this round, which is a specific question regarding based on your experience, which priority areas of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration or MIPA, which are pretty similar, need more attention? And how can ESCAP work with ASEAN member states to support them in implementing these frameworks?
Thank you for that very good question, Dr. Tata. In the first round, I highlighted that the ASEAN priority is towards ensuring that there is regional and national policy coherence when it comes to the elderly agenda, and that we are working towards harmonizing and strengthening the institutional mechanisms on engaging stakeholders, capacitating our bodies, and then finally investing a lot in terms of capacity building. While there is already a very high-level political commitment in ASEAN in the form of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Empowering the Elderly, and that there is a regional plan of action that was adopted last year by the leaders, that the work will need to be a continuing, evolving, and progressive one. So we cannot just say that, we tick the boxes. We already implemented some one-off activities. We are far from successfully meeting the outcomes desired based on this political commitment and the regional plan of action. I shared earlier that we already have the ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation, but we all know that's a very young institution, and it's in infancy stage, and it's still just developing its 5-year strategic plan. So that's in terms of the way forward for the policy, the institution. But thematically, I would say that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of continuing the conduct of researches, using evidence-based data for aging-related policies. The ASEAN Secretariat has been leading the implementation of the study on active aging and poverty alleviation in ASEAN. It looked into trends, opportunities, and policy options project. But we cannot say that, this will be the end-all, be-all when it comes to using evidence on aging-related policies. There has to be continuing work in this regard. ASEAN is also doing a rollout of regional initiatives to promote holistic response to the multidisciplinary needs of older persons for social and healthcare services. Earlier, in one of our panelists discussed about increasing feminization of aging, which is very true in the region. So through the ASEAN Committee on Women, we have organized a regional forum on social protection policy focusing on elderly women and aging. But that was some 2 years ago. So, as I said earlier, we have to continue progressing and not just tick our boxes based on what we have conducted so far. We have also been doing capacity building, of course, with the support of partners as well. And one of the studies that we have done in the past as basis for capacity building is the work we did on old age poverty and active aging, as well as the one mentioned earlier by one of the panelists about lifelong learning that includes the involvement of older persons. So those are thematic areas that need a strong focus when it comes to continuing the work in this regard. Further, let me also highlight that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of long-term care, ensuring income security in old age, mainstreaming gender perspective in the agenda, and addressing the diverse needs of older persons, including persons with disabilities. So in terms of areas of cooperation and partnership that we can explore, while we are very grateful to ESCAP for already working with us together on crunching numbers and statistics on elderly population in ASEAN, there's still scope to continue with that partnership, further deepen the conduct of these studies, and also support our conduct of capacity building. And let me also go back to the point earlier on the ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation. We have already invited ESCAP through the Social Development Division in the consultative meeting for setting the regional priority for this ACAI that was held last month. So I believe there has to be continuing engagement with ESCAP on this to finalize the 5-year strategic plan of the ACAI. And there are several priority areas we can look into, such as awareness promotion and raising, knowledge management, capacity development, innovation and research development, and of course, coordination and collaboration. So we fully acknowledge the expertise and experience of ESCAP, and we really look forward to the continuing engagement. Let me stop there and hand it over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rodora. I think you made a range of issues. You pointed out to continue the work on data and on regular assessment of progress, the issues related to social protection, which is part, of course, of your effort to address poverty among older persons, importance of lifelong learning, and of course, looking also at long-term care beyond, of course, universal health care, which is extremely important. Mr. Tyagi, the last question of this panel discussion before we open up to the floor comes to you. In terms of your specific recommendation as to what sort of institutional mechanisms would you recommend to be set up at the regional level or the national level to methodically follow up on the implementation of the outcome of this meeting at the national and regional level, and what role can civil society play in this matter?
Thank you, Dr. Tata, for the question. And I would like to share a few broad inputs and then a couple of specific ideas that I have in my mind in how to move forward. Firstly, in my opinion, civil society is very keen and hoping to be more proactive in the programs on aging and development. I did say in my first submission that the number is small, but the organizations that are there are very keen, very looking forward to be a part of the activities moving forward. And if there will be possibilities, opportunities, more civil society organizations can join the hands. So that's one statement that I wanted to make. Secondly, during the stakeholder consultations prior to this meeting and in this meeting here over the last couple of days, we have emphasized quite a lot on the need of partnerships and on the need of multi-sectoral partnerships, in which civil society, again, will be very keen to play active roles. And if given roles in these partnerships, civil society will feel more empowered, more confident, and will be willing to communicate more voices coming from the older people and the communities. Within these partnerships, I also believe private sector organizations must also be given important spaces, because when it comes to older people, be it the area of medical care, be it economic empowerment, be it livelihood issues, the private sector, of course, has a huge stake and a huge contribution to make. And then the third broad idea that I wanted to share is, moving forward in the implementation of MIPA interventions, we just need to see how there can be a strong alignment with other initiatives such as the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, which is evolving between 2020 and 2030, so that there is a lot of synergy, complementarity between these programs. Coming to a couple of specific ideas that I wanted to share is, I think we need to have a kind of a working group in the region which provides strong participation, space to the civil society, and these initiatives may have taken place in the past, but I think there is a need of having a working group which is more innovative, a working group which has more measurable approaches, more measurable targets. And it might be worthwhile to begin with a smaller working group that could then envision its processes, its milestones, its future methods, and then come up with a more larger working group. The innovations, in my view, would be that this kind of a working group should ensure a bottom-to-top approach in which all voices kind of percolate to the highest level coming from the communities, and also an intergenerational component. Without the participation of other generations, the youth generation, the vision of intergenerational solidarity would not be possible. So I think moving forward, a working group is probably required and something which will be instrumental in ensuring the progress of MIPA in the region. The second specific input that I wanted to share is there is one need which cannot wait to be addressed. There are multiple needs, but there is one which in my view is top priority, is an SOS need, and that is the digital divide. Digital divide is significant, and as we understand, as we are clear that moving forward, digital technology will be of crucial importance moving forward in planning, implementation, and monitoring of programs, and older people might be excluded. A lot of civil society organizations might be excluded. As we talk, during this meeting, a lot of CSOs are not able to get the messages. So therefore, it's extremely urgent, it's extremely important that the digital capacities of older people-led organizations, CSOs, are met. It may not be possible for ESCAP or organizations present in this room to look at this need because that's a very different kind of a program. But at least a working group is required which will look into such needs at an urgent manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prakash. I think you highlighted even certain overarching issues about alignment and about the way we carry forward the outcomes, but your specific recommendations regarding a working group where CSOs can contribute, perhaps informal in the beginning or then gets more formal, and of course the need to address the digital divide. Thank you for your very specific recommendations. That brings us to the end of the 2 rounds of questions for the panel, and it gives us the opportunity to then open up the floor to participants in the room and online and also on YouTube. And I can see significant numbers who have still stuck on despite the late hour. I saw a hand up at the back of the room. Yes, I see Dr. Matthew Cherian. Dr. Cherian, floor is yours.
Thank you. Actually, we are having a large group of older people's associations in the whole Asia Pacific region, which is growing. And in particularly in my country, there has been a great number of elder self-help groups and OPAs formed across the country who are carrying forward the MIPA agenda in many ways. In my home state of Kerala, Kudumbashri has started working on what they call as an age-friendly society. And they are going down to the panchayat village level and to the urban level. So this has been growing on, and they've been also looking at long-term care and palliative care. And so this is the vision of age-friendly society which is being brought about by the Older People's Association. Dr. Tyagi had already mentioned some of those things, but these need to be documented and brought forward so that you can know the extent of implementation by the older people's associations and community-based groups across the country. Thank you.
Specific issues on implementation, monitoring of implementation, so documentation of the good practices and sharing. But if there are any other thoughts, I'd be very eager to hear them. Is there anyone else? Did you put? Yes, from HelpAge. Yes, sir.
Thank you, moderator. I think throughout the sessions has been highlighted the reframing of and re-understanding of development from bottom-up, consideration of the community, the roles of communities and community-based organizations, so people connecting with people. And that is one of the key learnings that we have had through the years, no? But when we talk about an older people association or organization, we are talking about different type of organizations. Some of them are like general social clubs. Some of them are more active in health and healthy aging, conveying knowledge, developing the caring for the elder, developing home care programs, income generating activities, as I said. So there is a whole range of organizations, but the key thing is how to scale these approaches up, because when we see them in the region, there are pockets and provinces. Sometimes they are not national policies, except in a couple of countries in the region, where there are strategic goals established, there are targets, there are responsibilities for budget, for financing, because those organizations don't come out of the air. They require some training, they require some small seed investment, and they require some accompaniment, some coaching, until they are totally independent, totally capable of self-handling even their own credit schemes, no? And we have experiences in that. So one takeaway for me is to go to this next level. How do we scale up successful approaches? How do we share, not only just share the experience, but share while doing, while expanding, while implementing? And I think there are some positive experiences in the region that we need to investigate more and persuade policymakers that this is the way. I was talking with some government representatives yesterday that they want to implement that in their country, but yet from the desire to the implementation, there is a path that needs to be followed. And I think that is something that we can, as working groups of government, civil society, academia, we can try to move forward, move ahead. And I think ESCAP has a leadership role in this, and I'm sure civil society organizations would accompany this process of going down, implementing, scaling up, making them from 500,000 OPAs that there are in the region, making them 2 million, and cover 90%, 100% of all older people. That's it, Senor.
Thank you, Eduardo. I think the question of scaling up successful approaches always, I know that when we are implementing on a pilot scale, we are giving it intensive attention. The challenge is when you scale it up, and of course to maintain the same level of efficiency and so that we meet the objective. And you're right that we need to share these approaches, and we take that on advisement that this is going to be a key issue. But I have one more speaker request from the floor from online, Ms. Mala Kapoor from Development Welfare and Research Foundation. Ms. Kapoor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Tata. I'm happy to be part of this deliberation and share some of my thoughts. A few of them are as part of my experience being a member of an NGO, and a few of them are as an expert who has been researching on aging issues and has been on review of implementation. So what I wanted to share, and is also taking forward the issue of documentation, is the emphasis which we need to stress on good, robust research. One is just documenting in the sense of making note of what is happening. The other is researching to bring the voices of people who matter and who can influence policy in a proper framework so that it can be shared at places where something more can be done. I mean, I'm talking of my past experience, which was about 20 years back when MIPA was being formulated and planned. I, as a consultant with UNFPA, we had got some voices of older people to look at the issues of poverty, to look at the issues of their vulnerability, and to issues, and which did, to some extent, enter into the framing of certain things related to. But now, in terms of implementation, also, there's a lot of country reports, there are a lot of government reports, there are a lot of civil, but very few reports from experts are there who are talking of good methodology to capture these elements and to share it and then to translate them in terms of which can bring about reforms, which can bring about programs. And so this criticality between what is there, how does it translate into action, becomes important, and any implementation process must pay attention to this. And I think we've had 20 years of documenting things, although yes, a lot of more documentation needs to be done. But at the same time, we need to emphasize on research, methodology, and grassroots research. And yes, we have surveys which have been done and which are being promoted at national level, but those surveys need an element of qualitativeness to it, which becomes important besides the quantitativeness of it. Those are my few comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shankar Das, because I think you make some very valid points about having generating really accurate evidence for review and to support regular assessments. Maybe I'll take this opportunity to go back to the panel while we are looking to see. Yes, I have one more speaker online, which is Professor Andrew Burns. Professor Burns, can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Dr. Tata. Camera should be on. Look, I made a couple of suggestions in the previous roundtable, and I won't take up time by repeating them. But I did have a question to Ms. Barbaran about another possible route. Amidst all the very encouraging initiatives within ASEAN, my question was, is part of the implementation of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration, which, as you said, refers to human rights and a human rights-based approach among many other approaches, is that going to translate into the agendas of the 3 existing ASEAN commissions on human rights, the Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, Women and Children and Migrant Workers? It seems to me to be a very nice fit in order to mainstream those issues with the authority of the Kuala Lumpur Declaration. If that's not the case, perhaps that's something that could be further explored. Thank you.
Rodera, would you like to respond to that, or do you want me to come back to you? Yes, Rodera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for that very good question. The Kuala Lumpur Declaration and the Regional Plan of Action is really designed to be mainstreamed across the work of all of ASEAN, all sectoral bodies, including the human rights mechanisms such as the ASEAN Committee on Migrant Workers, as well as the Commission on Human Rights, and the ASEAN Commission on the Rights and Welfare of Women and Children. So while it is designed that way, the identification and implementation of concrete initiatives is very much just encouraging and joining all the sectoral bodies to do their part, to do their share. As you know, the mainstreaming work is not fully, say, appreciated evenly across sectors. So there's a lot of work to be done in terms of socializing the Kuala Lumpur Declaration and the Regional Plan of Action. There's a lot of reaching out, engagement, and even advocacy that the lead sectoral body in ASEAN would have to do. So while it is recognized that it is very important, but the work of really mainstreaming it thoroughly and deeply will have to be followed through and done progressively by ASEAN.
Thank you, Rodora, for answering that question and explaining really the process and the challenges that we face and how we will need to follow a certain process. Maybe I can come back to Ms. Kirida first and Prakash, if they would have any reactions to what's been said by other panelists or any further inputs from your side. Ms. Kirida first, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I mean, listening to everyone, I think there's a lot of scope for collaboration on this issue of aging, which is, as I want to reiterate again, it's it's multi-sectoral, multi-generational, and also multi-gender as well. I just want to, for example, the issue of the immigration. As a country ages, for example, like Thailand, as we see our labor force declining, it would be very wise for Thailand to open up and welcome professionals from ASEAN, which still have a younger population. This is one policy that would definitely influence our labor force, which again Thailand is still pretty much closed on this area. So again, this is another area where ASEAN can collaborate to provide a greater mobility of professionals across each other as well. So I don't have anything much more to add, except that I just want to say that digitalization, while there's a digital divide, but with digitalization it does really help the elderly group, because healthcare, which can be remote, which you don't have to travel to hospitals, saves you a lot of time and energy, and also the cost of going there. This is just one example of how digitalization does help. And I just want to end by giving an example for Thailand. I don't know, because Dr. Prakash has mentioned about the digital divide. So that got me thinking about how Thailand managed to get a lot of its older population involved in the digital communications. One of the things we did was we actually had a welfare card program where money is transferred to the poor who are registered, and it's only transferred digitally. So there are 14 million welfare card holders, of which many of them are also older populations, and the results came out that 12 million of them were able to use the digital technology, because when it comes to money, people really try to learn how to use it. Well, there are only 2 million, who are mostly elderly, by the way, who cannot use it. So what the government did was, of course, for these 2 million, they had mobile units, they had bank branches that the elderly, could have access to, and they also, actually teach the older populations how to access. If they really can't, they still can always come to the branches, for example. So I think there's a lot of potential for digitalization to benefit the older population, but of course digital literacy will be important, and incentives for them to be digitally literate is also very important. So I'd just like to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirida, for those closing thoughts and for your contribution. Prakash, over to you.
It's been a very enriching roundtable so far. I agree with most of the suggestions made by the panelists and other participants. I would just re-emphasize or endorse a few things that have already been said. When it comes to scale up and replication and taking it to other communities, there is no doubt that there is a lot of good work that exists. I did mention in my previous submission that self-care, climate change adaptation, home-based care are the areas from where the work can be taken to other communities. I think the problem is that great implementation and great documentation often do not coexist. And that's where the problem is, that it is very difficult for a lot of CSOs to document their progress, to find evidences, and then to advocate for more resources and for replication. So I think that's a capacity building need which needs to be taken into account. If that happens, then more scale up would definitely be possible. The second thing that I wanted to agree with is the need of documentation and research, which was mentioned by a number of panelists. But beyond that, as Professor Dupeng said, that there is a need of having more exchanges. A lot of information, a lot of materials exist, which have not gone to many different stakeholders in the region. So I think a robust mechanism needs to be there, which would ensure that if there is documentation, if there is research, then there will be maximum outreach. And thirdly and lastly, older people associations, self-help groups, all these are wonderful, wonderful community-based organizations. Their agency is being promoted, but their scope needs to be envisioned with more innovative ideas. An example would be that in a number of countries, such as India, my country, there are a number of welfare programs which focus on rural development, integrated development, older people as well, in which older people and their agency, their organizations can be very, very effective. So to take them out of their communities, to take them out of their own thinking, to make them more productive, to make them more, to have their contributions at a larger scale would also be an important idea moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prakash. May I ask if Dr. Dupeng or Rodora Babaran would like to have any last words? Yes, Dr. Dupeng. Please unmute yourself and switch on your camera, Dr. Dupeng.
Thank you. In fact, I benefit a lot from the discussion, and just like Prakash and side, and I noticed Eduardo and also Matthew. In fact, they have very rich experiences at the NGO and OPA. In fact, we still follow some rural MIPA implementation. The government has very important, very strong efforts to push that forward. But even you provide funding, we still need a lot of services at the grassroots level. So to share the information, to summarize the experiences, and now we are in the digital society, we can share the videos to see not just by theoretically, but to show how to move forward, how to make that successful in different settings. I think that will be our regional characteristics, and to help the NGO and OPAs, even for the government, to realize that even if they want to invest, if they acknowledge the contributions of these NGOs and OPAs, in fact, they can collaborate much better than the past, and to find new pathways, new cooperations possibilities in the near future. So that's why I propose. So in fact, today it's a quite a successful meeting, but in the future, we can organize more to share the information. And also Mala mentioned the same points like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dupeng. And Rodora, your last words, please.
Dr. Kata, it's been a very informative and enlightening roundtable discussion so far. I would say that a lot of the interventions made, the inputs made by the other panelists and other participants who shared their interventions were very spot on. They really hit to the core of what we must do in the region. And while I personally believe that ASEAN is doing its best when it comes to setting the agenda, galvanizing the commitment, expanding partnerships, there's just so much more to be done. And therefore, that opens up a lot of space for further collaboration and partnership with civil society organizations, international organizations, and of course, organizations of older persons in the region. Perhaps we can even explore going beyond the region. A while ago, there was discussion about how can we look into partnership with through South-South cooperation. So it's been a very enlightening roundtable so far, and we will. I will take with me all the key points I learned from this discussion, and hopefully this can be further discussed and acted upon by ASEAN through its relevant sectoral bodies. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, Dora. So that brings us very nicely to the end of this roundtable discussion. I hope that all of you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed moderating it. It is, I think, very rich in content with tremendous participation. Madam Chair, I just wanted to highlight a few takeaways. Like from your perspective also, you would have understood that there were very specific recommendations on how to follow up on the outcome of this meeting. There was also identification of opportunities for sharing, how maybe some of us may have to take the responsibility for documenting some of these good practices so that we can really share it among countries, giving people the platform, and also building capacity of civil society and the importance of regional organizations. There was a lot of other nuances which I mentioned, which have been recorded by the team. So I would like to thank all the panelists for some incredible contributions, for being so beautiful, functioning so well together, and also for the rest of the participants for contributing their thoughts. With that, I'd like to hand over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas Datta. Thank you. I thank the moderator and the panelists for the lively discussion. I think the discussion has highlighted very significant points on how government, in collaboration with all the other stakeholders, can advance the implementation of Madrid Plan of Action at national, regional, and sub-regional level, especially on how to mainstream the topic of population aging into policy framework, such as universal healthcare, and some of you mentioned about the social protection, and etc. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to make a statement regarding the credentials of the representatives attending the meeting. The meeting is invited to take note of the following. The chair and the vice chairs of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging examine the credentials of representatives received by the member states in accordance with Rule 12 of the ESCAP Rules of Procedure. The Bureau noted that credentials had been received by a total 28 member states and found them to be in order. We have now exhausted the discussion under agenda item 3. I thank you for sharing your views. Your insights will be summarized in proceedings of this meeting. I thank the moderators and panelists for sharing their insights, and I thank all country delegates for sharing their views and priorities. These were highly productive sessions. And the Secretariat will prepare a report of this meeting for our review by midday tomorrow, Friday, 1st July. The report will be posted on the meeting's website. Kindly note that in line with the streamlined procedure for this meeting, the report of the review meeting will be procedural in nature. The proceedings will be drafted and circulated to members and associate members 1 week after the meeting for fact-checking in consultation with the chair. In addition, the translated and edited outcome document will also be posted on the meeting website by tomorrow, 1st July. The meeting will resume tomorrow at 2 o'clock in ESCAP Hall, as well as on Kudo and YouTube, to consider agenda item 4 on the adoption of the report of the meeting and the outcome document. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to answer the electronic evaluation questionnaire for this meeting. The QR code for the questionnaire is shared on screen for you to access and complete. We will also share with participants via email after the sessions. Moreover, I would also like to invite all distinguished delegates to a special event tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in the morning Bangkok time. The South Foundation, together with Help Age International, UNFPA, and ESCAP, will be hosting a special event entitled Voice of Older People in this room tomorrow morning. The event will be made available on YouTube, live, and via Zoom. The meeting will bring together older persons from across Asia and the Pacific to discuss their situation and how we can build societies for all ages. More information for the event is posted on the meeting website. I now invite the secretary of the meeting to make relevant announcements.
Thank you very much. And just to add to this, following this special event, and again, you're all invited to attend either online or in the room. This is the special event from 10 to 12. Following the special event, there will be another side event on Older People's Association, held again online, and for those being here in the room, also an MRA. It is organized by Help Age International and the Japan Center for International Exchange. And just to reiterate, the report of the meeting, the procedural report, will be posted by noon tomorrow, and the outcome document by tomorrow morning at the latest. We'll try to upload it tonight, so you should see the outcome document, by tomorrow morning. Last but not least, for the participants who are physically here, before leaving the room, please ensure your valuables and personal belongings are with you. And with that, I turn it over again to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I wish all of you have a good evening and a good rest. The meeting is now urgent.